Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Tennessee River is sponsored by Carhartt.
A good Sunday morning to you. From Smoky Mountains country, it's a little bit misty here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee River. Got a small layer of fog, so we are in a fog delay. It doesn't look too bad, and it's not expected to last too long, but we certainly want to set up the whole storyline for you today. And of course, the top story is the same as it's been since the very start of day number one. That man on top, Canada's Jeff Gustafson, with an almost 8-pound lead over the rest of the field. He has done, well, just what a lot of people thought was impossible to do, to execute a game plan, and we'll talk about that game plan that would almost guarantee you of a win. But again, people thought it would be just impossible to do. We'll talk about that. He's got to do it again today. That's the bottom line. We do have Steve Kennedy, his closest rival, just inside of 8 pounds back. But Mark Zona, as we get ready to go in this fog here, I hope we get ready to go. There's still a few question marks out there. Nobody's given this thing away yet.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. And here's the biggest story is consistency with Jeff Gustafson. And the display that he has put on smallmouth all week long at the bottom of Fort Loudoun, incredible. And Dave Mercer is going to dial us in about his feelings this morning.
A few minutes away from takeoff, guys. Snow leopards, rare, majestic, unrealistic, and unbelievably, those same adjectives could be used for what Jeff Gustafson is trying to do here today. To win this tournament on all smallmouth, unprobable, but to do it in one spot on a river that is synonymous for always changing is unbelievable. But just like his story to be here today. But the question is, can he hold on? Half the reason we call him the snow leopard is because snow leopard will grab that prey, hold on, and not let go. Well, he's 5 fish away from the ultimate title, and the question is, can anyone catch him?
Dave Mercer making an important point right there. One of the question marks we still have is that this place fishes differently each and every day. It was true when the World Championship was here in 2019. Could be true today. Mark Zona, as we hit our Minn Kota, unlock the lake.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Looking at Tellico Lake, not that many guys made it to our championship Sunday, except for Ron Moore's friend, young Jake Whitaker. Solid tournament. As you see where Tellico connects to Fort Loudoun, that is where the damage has gone down this week. Jeff Gustafson really has been the only angler to crack the code of the 18-inch or better smallmouth. And boy, he has throttled them in that area right there. But something else has opened up, and really the story to me going into Championship Sunday, Steve Kennedy, what he did yesterday, catching just under 21 pounds in an area of Fort Loudoun that we've seen a lot of better than average size stringers. But if you really look at those catches right there from Jeff Gustafson, the majority of his damage has been done well in the first 90 minutes of competition every day of this tournament. So this fog delay, fairly critical to Gussie. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake fog delay.
Well, I tell you what, it's a nervous time, not just for the guys trying to do the impossible and run down our leader. I'm sure it's a nervous time for our leader as well. So, guys, and Mark Zona, you know, it's so difficult just to win one of these trophies. You think of the dozens and dozens of truly world-class anglers who've never been able to do this in the course of their careers, even harder to win it wire to wire. So all the pressure's on Jeff Gustafson's back, especially, as you say, right now, as we get further into the morning without the fishing being underway.
I think the very last thing that we saw coming, we were talking about yesterday, man, that first 2 hours is so critical for Gussie. Can he be stopped? Well, Mother Nature could be the biggest X factor in this tournament right now, helping a guy like Steve Kennedy. And I need to apologize. Yesterday, I called him a Canadian snow leprechaun. That's what I thought his name was from Mercer. It is a snow. And I want to tell you something, Tommy. I looked up a Canadian snow leopard on the Google machine, and it is a gorgeous It is a gorgeous creature,
Powerful, supple. Yes, absolutely. Yes. All those attributes that you need in order to bring it home today for a wire-to-wire win. Hey, welcome to Bassmaster Live. We got a lot of coverage on the way for you today, start to finish pretty much on Championship Sunday. And we welcome you to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. And, of course, we see our man right there, Mike Sucon, the Such. Such, we got a lot of stuff to keep up with today.
You and Zona need to keep in constant contact with Steve Kennedy. Every time we called him, he caught a nice fish. He caught that 6.5 yesterday, and he said he had the quote of the day yesterday. I kept wondering when they were going to call me again. We'll see.
All right, we will see. Don't put the pressure on us, Such. We can't produce a 6+ bass every time.
Maybe Steve Kennedy can.
We definitely talked about somebody was going to be benefited by that falling water, and it was Steve Kennedy. We're going to break his entire situation down. That low water really helped him.
Absolutely. Okay, Ronnie Moore at the Screen of Knowledge. Early hit on the Screen of Knowledge.
We just teased it, but I wanted to set the tone today of our top 10 and some of the storylines yesterday. We only had 16 limits out of our 50 competitors, but the average size fish went up. The ones who were caught yesterday were bigger fish. We saw that Kennedy had a 6. We saw some 5-pounders get caught. We saw the biggest bag of the event, 20 pounds, 14 ounces from Steve Kennedy. Hey, he's going to need that today. If Gussie does his job, he's going to at least need that to close that gap. And then it took roughly 32 pounds, 5 ounces to make the final day cut in 10th place. And when we look at Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, some of the bonus points that you can receive for being the leader, the biggest bag, and the biggest bass, we have doled these out so far today. They may change, who knows, but Jeff Gustafson, 3 days in a row has led. That's 5 points per day for him. If he leads one more day, it'll go wire to wire. That's 20 extra points for him. Brock Mosley, the 610 that he caught on day 2 at the last second, his last cast, that is worth 40 points for him. And the big bag yesterday, Steve Kennedy, he's going to try to break that today for sure, but that is worth 40 points as well. And to set the tone even more with how tough this top 10 is, when you look down the list, it does not get any easier as we fall position to position. And looking at some of their career Bassmaster stats, 17 wins combined between these 10 anglers, 101 top 5s in Bassmaster competition, 184 top 10s. We have an Angler of the Year represented, 2 Rookie of the Years, and 3 former college anglers all represented in this top 10. It's a pretty stout top 10 going into today.
Yeah, it's a brutal top 10, but boy, they have a brutal task ahead of them. At least 9 of the anglers do. Anyway, as we take a look, once again, if you're just picking up with us here this morning, our Bassmaster Live coverage, still foggy out there, still delaying, holding the start of this until safe conditions are available. Our TH Marine Weather Watch, almost 70 degrees today, and that has been the trend over the past couple of days. A low of 51 last night, relatively warm. More rain predicted today, but the rain predictions, they've been a little iffy. Those rain clouds have sort of sagged north and come back in and done like we might be in a downpour all day long. Mark Zona, it might not rain hardly any at all.
Yeah, there is a massive blob of rain that was supposed to hit Knoxville if you looked at it earlier in the week, but it really, yesterday and looking at it at least today, it kind of all went north and northeast to where this area didn't get crushed. But one of the things we were talking about is could a guy unlock that giant bag of largemouth? And here's what's amazing. Steve Kennedy, who had a brutal day 2, only caught 2 bass, broke a big fish off. He said, man, that low water has them coming to me. And here's exactly what I mean, Tommy Sanders. He said there is milfoil on the bank. He could literally see the sprigs of milfoil, and with that lowering water, it has flushed a lot of those bigger largemouth to him to where they're now set up on isolated wood. But here has been the story so far of the event, Jeff Gustafson.
Yeah, Jeff Gustafson started the first day of competition with 17 pounds and 14 ounces, really just outstripping anyone's expectations for how big a limit could go on a very, very tough Fort Loudoun and Tellico. And this canal between the two is the place where he got it done. And Mark Zona on a few very specific spots.
Yeah, really 3 isolated clusters of boulders in 20 to 24 feet of water. And we heard a lot of locals. I mean, they're getting ready to thrash on that area tomorrow. Hopefully not today for Gussie.
Yeah,
but really, they're soft current holes is what he calls them, off of the main current. And there's still watching him control his boat, there's a pretty healthy amount of current where these fish are at. But they're on the back sides of these clusters of boulders. Davey said, hey, it could be an old roadbed, a Z-Man 4-inch jerk shad, colors, bad, shad, and shiner, a 3/8 ounce Smeltinator jig head. And Ronnie's going to show us that bait here in a little bit. And Tommy, I actually have those lead heads, the jig head that he's using. So realistic, so lifelike, but you cannot stress it enough. The majority of Gussie's damage has been done in the first 2 hours of competition. This fog delay, not so good for Gussie, because he said, man, the morning's very critical for my body.
Yeah, nothing's a kick and nothing's a layup for Gussie today. You think about what he did yesterday, a great day. Put his limit in the boat very early, but he spent so much of the day with fish that were just under the limit. I mean, you just turn fate a twist to the right or left, and man, you could get 90% of your bass that are under the limit, that don't make that 18 inches that you've got to have to get the smallmouth in the boat.
You know, and this was said from a lot of the locals that do really well on this, like, this is not a secret area that he's in, but the thing that he's doing, what is the X factor is that if you look at his weights every single day, he has been so consistent on probably the most inconsistent lake that the Bassmaster Elite Series goes to.
Well, Gussie in charge, Steve Kennedy, the one with the best chance of running him down today. And this is some footage of him from yesterday. Huge
Let's
upgrade
kind of
from the
break
day
down
before.
exactly what has gone on with Steve Kennedy. What Steve said to us, and it was amazing to listen to. He said, I've got them coming to me from the back of this creek, and I also have them coming from the main river. The reason why, he said, I'm catching a lot of dark fish that I think were up in that milfoil a day or two ago. And I'm also catching really, really white fish that are coming in off of the main river. He said the main river is just too cold. And with that falling water, he said it's pulled a lot of fish off of the bank. The biggest benefactor to Steve Kennedy on day number 3 is that they suck the water out of this lake, setting these fish up on isolated wood. Get this. Isolated wood that he never got a bite on days 1 and 2.
Obviously, things are changing, conditions are changing. This lake fishes differently every day, and the warmest day by far that we have had yet. Is that what is going to play into Steve Kennedy's hands today? He has a huge obstacle to overcome, but he's going to have some help from the conditions. Keep your eye on this guy as well, John Cox, further back. The boy, he quietly had a fantastic day yesterday.
Tommy Sanders, further back than Steve Kennedy. He is in the exact same creek as Steve Kennedy. Majority of his damage has been done with a Berkeley Fritz side. But really, this creek right here, it's known from the local folks as IC King. That's what they call it. It's got a few roads, railroads that go over this creek, but it's been by far, except for Ish Creek, this creek has been the most consistent all week long.
Cox, Florida angler, came out on the Bassmaster Elite Series last year, had a good season. Very, very close up at Lake St. Clair, a completely different sort of environment. He caught smallmouth there, he's catching largemouth here.
And really, besides day one he caught 10 pounds, which in this tournament is a good stringer. His weights have gone up every single day. And besides your leader, Gussie, he has been very, very consistent. Clifford Perch was in that area on days 1 and 2.
To show you how tough it's been and how hard it is to be consistent, only 2 anglers fishing today have had over 10 pounds all 3 days of competition. Someone's had a bad day every day.
You called it, dude.
Take a look at some of the footage of Brandon Card, 10-year man on the Bassmaster Elite Series and the only true native of this area.
Get up in here.
We find fishing today in our top 10.
Be long and skinny.
Brandon Card was one of those anglers that just had a miserable day 3.
Just work our dry style.
Consistency, day 1, 13 pounds, 13 ounces. Day 2, 16-10, fishing in Little River just off of Fort Loudoun. Really just downstream from Steve Kennedy and John Cox. Just could never get it going on day number 3. He's lived with a Yozuri suspending jerkbait and a prototype jig that he said is going to be on the market soon. And really watching him yesterday, he tried to keep that muddy water gig going, and it just didn't happen. A lot of where he caught them on days 1 and 2, they just muddied up yesterday, not being able to relocate those bigger largemouth.
All right, just picking up with us. We got a big day ahead. Championship Sunday. Jeff Gustafson trying to be the second ever Canadian angler to win a Bassmaster Elite event. He's certainly done the groundwork. He's done everything to prepare for that. And we'll see if he can get it done when we see you in a moment. Bassmaster Live, you're just picking up with us. Of course it is Championship Sunday at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on the Tennessee River, and that shows you why we're not going yet. Our anglers are still there at Volunteer Landing Public Dock right there, waiting for the fog to just thin out a little bit to make it completely safe for them to navigate. You know, you can run an hour or more on this fishery. It's just not a very big one. It's pretty much looks like a river. There's only 30,000 acres involved in the whole place, but it's not safe to navigate it at this point. We expect any moment they could lift that fog delay. We're just waiting for the fog to lift just a little bit. 10 anglers out there led by Jeff Gustafson. Jeff Gustafson, who has caught 15 keepers, or at least weighed in 15 keepers during the course of this day. All of them smallmouth, and all of them what provide him with the lead. All of those would provide him the lead for what we expect will be a walkover for him, but there's no way to guarantee that. And that's why we're here today, because we've seen bigger comebacks take place from farther back than this, just not on a fishery that's this tough, Mark Zona.
Tommy, we tried to manufacture some sort of drama late yesterday on semifinal Saturday. Can somebody catch Gussie? This is a very, very bad deal for him. Like we said, if you have followed this tournament, damage has been done early by Jeff Gustafson, where if you look at Steve Kennedy yesterday, damage was done all day long. One other story really in this tournament was talking to your Angler of the Year leader, Greg Hackney. He said, man, I just stumbled today. I want one more crack at this body of water. I have never heard the drive that I got to hear in Greg Hackney yesterday, and really the last couple of months. He was chomping at the bit to get back on the water today, and he actually qualified in 10th place to fish here on Championship Sunday.
10th place and 16 pounds back. That's a mountain he's got to climb. It's a long way to go. Greg Hackney, though, one of those guys who can go on some furious runs and make up that a lot of the difference. I don't know about all the difference, but a lot of the difference in a short period of time. Great to be with you here this morning as we get ready, still waiting for Championship Sunday to get underway. And here at the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Once again, Ronnie Moore, Screen of Knowledge. We're getting knowledge early, man. Thank you.
I know. Until we get the fish catches, we got to show you how they're going to catch them this week and today. And a lot of baits have came into play, except for our leader relying on that one exclusive bait. But you've kind of had to mix it up. It's been a good pre-spawn event, late winter, early pre-spawn for these guys. And for somebody like Jason Christie, we're going to go through a couple of the baits from each of these guys. Throwing a spinnerbait and 2 different crankbaits, throwing that Booyah, 1 single-bladed Colorado spinnerbait. We know that's something we've seen in classics in the past. That is his specialty for cold, dirty water. As it's warming up, though, he's able to also catch them on a Norman Speed-In, also a Bomber flat-sided crankbait. And then when we go over to Greg Hackney, he's also keeping a lot of things honest, mixing in a Strike King Thunder Cricket with a bigger swim bait trailer on it, just more thump in that dirtier water to allow those fish to find that bait and get it. Also a flat-sided red crankbait like we see a lot of these guys throwing. That is one thing he's also mixing in. Brandon Card, we saw him throwing that micro jig, his finesse jig. That is a prototype with advantage baits. He's also mixed in a Yozuri jerk bait. We saw him catch those 2 good ones on day 2 that really kickstarted his big 16-pound, 10-ounce day on day 2, put him in the top 3. And then John Cox, he hasn't rotated numerous baits, but rather the same lure, different colors, and that is the Berkeley Fritz side. He has won a lot of money with that bait over the last 2 or 3 years, and he is relying on 2 different colors depending on how dirty it's gotten in the back of his creek. He's been sharing that water with Steve Kennedy. They've at least seen each other, not been fishing on each other, but near each other. Like I mentioned, Steve Kennedy, he's been rotating 2 baits, but it's really been not per day, but rather one day he throws this thing and then they're off of it and he switches up. He was flipping isolated wood and whatnot with that jig early in the event, and then yesterday, for the first time this week, we saw him catch fish on a chatterbait and was able to upgrade big time with that 20-pound day. And then, like I mentioned, the one guy exclusively using one lure, that is Jeff Gustafson. Like Zona said, that jig head minnow with that Z-Man jerk shads, minnow style bait. That Elastec has allowed him to, it obviously floats, is more buoyant, more buoyant. So when you put it right in front of their face and it's sitting there, that's all he's got to do is shake it and wait for them to bite it. So that's how a lot of our top 10 are catching them. We're going to probably see some changes as well because it was a very warm night last night in Little Rock and in Knoxville.
Absolutely, yeah. The trend is going warmer, and of course the trend is up for Steve Kennedy, and that's who we're watching very closely today, Z. We make no mistake about it. We know we've well documented what Jeff Gustafson's been doing because he's been the main story each and every day. But Steve Kennedy, and you made this point the other day, in his 3 wins especially, and any time he's doing good, when he starts to really dig into a place that has potential, you say he's pitching to known fish. He knows where they are. He knows where they are located. Is that the case that we have right here?
I absolutely think it is. Steve, he was more excited talking to him after the weigh-in yesterday, where he said they are coming to me from 2 different directions, the back of that creek and off of the main river. And with that lower water really breaking down what happened, Steve Kennedy said, I was staring at the bank and I could see little sprigs of milfoil. And if you remember yesterday, his marshal had that camera on that big fish that he caught. You could see milfoil, sprigs of milfoil floating around him when we did that phoner with him. And he said, when they lowered that water, it absolutely pushed and sucked those bigger largemouth to individual pieces, isolated pieces of wood that he never got a bite on all week long. And the other thing is, he said, I caught fish that were dark that I knew were living in that creek, and I caught fish that were very white that I thought were coming to me from the colder main river. But let me show you, Tommy Sanders, I was spun out that we were going to go so early today, okay? Yeah. I am a creature of habit. I went at 5 o'clock in the morning to the Bass Bar, and get ready for this for our Bassmaster Live viewers. Exactly. And that is that Smeltinator jig head, 3/8 ounce. And here's the thing, we've talked about at this tournament, that jig head is so realistic. I stole all of those from, Seth Viter. I said, oh, give me some of that magic. And I looked at Gussie's jig head on day number 1. I'm like, gosh, I have those. That is so unbelievably lifelike. 3/8 ounce Smeltinator jig head with a Z-Man 4-inch jerk shad. Bringing it.
Well, you just indicated that. Will Gussie not benefit from the later start that we're getting today? He caught him so quickly on days 1 and days 3. Well, how much is it going to set him back today? If it takes him all day long to get a limit, well, we're all going to be on the edge of our seats during the course of this day. So for the fans, maybe a little excitement. Jeff Gustafson would like to avoid all that excitement today.
Exactly. We did get to see Gussie catch some later day keepers yesterday, which is going to, that bite obviously needs to transpire today, Tommy Sanders.
Fog delay, and Brandon Card, the native of this area, native of Knoxville here, facing probably the biggest day in his Bassmaster Elite Series career, and he'll tell us anything is possible.
Man, this week, anything's possible out here on Fort Loudoun and Tellico Lakes. It's been a very challenging week. Obviously, I had a good day 1, a really good day number 2, and then we stumbled yesterday and only caught 3 keepers. So it just kind of shows you how volatile this fishery really is right now. With this water temperature being as cold as it is, these fish are not feeding, not super aggressive. So if you come back in April or May, there's fish all over the place and you just catch a ton of fish. But right now, the bites are hard to come by. So hopefully we can get in the right area today, kind of relocate the fish. I feel like the places that I was fishing, I've been fishing further out off the bank. I feel like those did not reload for whatever reason. Maybe the rain that we had and the muddy water coming in has pushed those fish up on the bank. So we're going to kind of go back in the same area that we've been fishing, and we're going to fish the banks a little bit harder and see if they move there.
What's up, guys? Jake Whitaker. We are here on day 4, Championship Sunday of our second stop, Bassmaster Elite Series here on Fort Loudoun, Tellico. And man, it's been an awesome week. Yesterday had a fantastic day. Had 12 pounds 10 ounces. Snuck up into 5th place for today, going into the final day. So, yesterday was a cool day. Found a new creek up in Tellico. Had some, good fish in it, and was able to capitalize and catch some of them. So, I'm super excited to make that 50-minute run down to Tellico and see if we can't do some of the same. So, fishing some stained water in some creeks, secondary points, crankbait, chatterbait, some of my favorite ways to fish. So, I look forward to getting out there and hopefully, put a few big fish in the boat and see what happens at the end of the day.
So Gusty, coming into this event, no one thought all smallmouth could win. Do you think your area's got one more day left in it?
Yeah, I'm pretty optimistic. I mean, it's I got a little anxiety now. It's a little stressful, but yeah, there's a lot of fish there, and the 18-inch thing is the biggest deal. I could catch 30 bass today and not get one of the right ones. So hopefully we get a repeat of yesterday and I can get her done quick and get the ship back here to Knoxville.
You've had all night to think about it. Do you have a plan B if it doesn't work out?
No, I really don't. I'm putting all my eggs in that basket, and I still feel like even drifting, aimlessly drifting around in that canal, I probably have a better chance of running into a keeper than I do, going and fishing for a largemouth somewhere. So I'm going to stay there, win or lose, and this place is fishing tough right now. I mean, you see all the great anglers that have, limped their way through this, and it's a grind. So, it'll probably be hard today, but hopefully I can, if I catch 5, I'm going to probably be in a good spot at the end of the day.
Jeff Gustafson has given himself so many advantages throughout the course of this tournament. Chief among them, the fact that everyone else has given up a very tough day. They've had one struggle day on this fishery right here. Every one of them, besides Gussie and one other angler, has gone below 10 pounds on at least one day. That other angler, Jake Whitaker, who's also fishing down there in this area. So it's a very, very interesting dynamic today. One we'll be watching very closely for you. We're looking for some competition to tighten up, possibly. Definitely going to heat up. A lot of expectations for our Canadian leader at this point right now. And he's got a lot of advantages, as we say. Steve Kennedy, his closest pursuer. Steve Kennedy certainly got the momentum going here. A lot of other stories to run down during the course of this day. We will see you just moments away on FS1, and we look forward to Bassmaster Live with you.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
We're about to have some live bass fishing for you. We're just waiting for the fog to lift right now. Literally, we are in a little fog delay right now at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee River Championship Sunday. And of course, the story of this tournament is the Canadian Jeff Gustafson, who has amassed a giant lead over the rest of the field. 10 anglers left on this championship Sunday, and you see Gustafson with the almost 8-pound lead over his closest competitor, Steve Kennedy. The rest of this top 10 stretched out all the way down to a 16-pound deficit for Greg Hackney. So, of course, a very tall mountain to climb for these guys. But Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona. And Mark Zona, Jeff Gustafson got that big lead out, but 2 out of the 3 days, that's a lead he compiled in the very early morning hours. So with each passing minute here of fog delay, I'm thinking a little more concern on the part of our leader.
Tommy, really what you just said right there, this has been one of the toughest tournaments on the Bassmaster Elite Series in many, many years. And to have an almost 8-pound lead, to put it in other sports perspective, really, that's about an 8-stroke lead going into the final round of a PGA event. Yeah. And if there's one thing that could have hurt Jeff Gustafson, it is this fog delay, because his fish have bit so early every day of this tournament.
Well, again, we got to have safe operating conditions for these guys. Some of them will be traveling for the better part of an hour, including Jeff Gustafson, to get to his spot down there. So the fog delay is absolutely necessary. But there's a lot to chew on as we think about this final day. And our host, Dave Mercer's got some thoughts.
Just a few minutes away from takeoff, guys. Snow leopards, rare, majestic, unrealistic, and unbelievably, those same adjectives could be used for what Jeff Gustafson is trying to do here today. To win this tournament on all smallmouth, unprobable, but to do it in one spot on a river that is synonymous for always changing is unbelievable. But just like his story, to be here today. But the question is, can he hold on? Half the reason we call him the snow leopard is because snow leopard will grab that prey, hold on, and not let go. Well, he's 5 fish away from the ultimate title, and the question is, can anyone catch him?
Dave Mercer waiting for, like all the rest of us, for the fog to lift and things to happen here. Let's take a look at our extraordinary playing field, the very top of the Tennessee River, the very first impoundment. Mark Zona, hit us with our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
It would be my pleasure. Tommy Sanders, our takeoff there in Knoxville, Tennessee. Great, challenging playing field. And really, as you go downstream and look in Fort Loudoun, that has been the biggest player, just like it was back in the 2019 Bassmaster Classic. Only one angler in our top 10 made the final day cut in Tellico. But really, the damage has been where Tellico and Fort Loudoun meet. There's a canal right there, a lot of current, a lot of bait, and that's where the damage has been done by Jeff Gustafson. But you cannot stress this enough looking at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. You see all of those fish catches in that general zone right there. Well, pretty much every one of those fish catches has gone down in the first 90 minutes. This is bad to say, but this fog delay hurts your leader the most because of the largemouth guys. Look, man, it was a warm night. More than likely, it's going to happen for our largemouth fishermen. I guarantee you, Gussie is going to be nervous when he gets to that spot.
Well, nervous now, masterful through the first 3 days as we take a look at some of the highlights going all the way back to day number 2. Very different conditions out there. Jeff Gustafson, after having knocked out a huge, almost unthinkable 17 pounds, almost 18 pounds on day number 1, he just kept pouring on the cold.
Yeah, and we kind of got tipped off by another angler in the field that, hey, Gussie was on him. And the other rare thing is, for an angler to find a technique that nobody else in the field finds in an area where he's really left alone. There's only been 1 or 2 other anglers out of 100 competitors around Gussie this week, but he's been the only one in the field to crack that 18 inches or better. A smallmouth here on Fort Loudoun and Tellico have to be 18 inches or better. Every single bass that he's caught has been a smallmouth. And again, I'm fishing about 20 to 24 feet of water with a small 3/8 ounce jig head, a Z-Man jerk shad. We're going to show that bait here in a little bit, but every morning these smallies have reloaded, kind of a soft current area, what Gussie calls it. The only day where it was a little bit shaky was day 2, where it took him almost all day long to catch that limit. He was done yesterday in about 2 hours.
Z, before this tournament even started, if you asked any angler what's the surest path to victory here, it would be what Gussie's doing. Limits of smallmouth, 5 keeper smallmouth every day, but they would also tell you there's just no way. It's not doable here.
Well, there's just so, we saw it yesterday. He caught a lot of non-keepers, fish that were 17 to 18 inches long, which is a good smallmouth anywhere you go.
Oh, yeah.
But you can't keep them on this body of water. But almost every local that does really good in tournaments here says this area that Gussie's in, yeah, you can do it for 1 day, maybe 2, but so hard to do 4 days long. Well, at least 3 days so far for Gussie. He has been masterful.
Well, again, he's sitting there watching the minutes tick by, thinking about, especially yesterday, how fast it went and how quickly it was actually over with. His 5 fish limit in the boat, and I wonder if he's going to miss the boat today. That's a big worry for Jeff Gustafson, although, I mean, let's be honest about it. Let's keep it real here. Jeff Gustafson has done the work to go wire to wire and win this thing. His stumble is unlikely. We just hold it out there as a possibility. But we have some definite possibilities, Mark Zona, of some other guys stepping up, principally among them Steve Kennedy, who had the biggest limit of the tournament yesterday.
Absolutely right. And to see an almost 21-pound stringer yesterday with Steve Kennedy, one of the best big bass fishermen on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And one of the things that Steve Kennedy said, which is scary for the rest of the field, he said, I have these bigger bass on Fort Loudoun. coming to me. We had a drop in the water on day 3, and really that drop in the water was Steve Kennedy's biggest benefactor. And he said there was isolated pieces of wood. He goes, look, I caught them all day long, and they actually were getting bigger as the day went along.
Caught a giant yesterday, one that's far bigger than any of the smallmouth we've been going on about with Jeff Gustafson. But other than just a few, one here and there, some outliers, as you called them yesterday, they're kind of lost when they get found out here. It's been very tough for the rest of the field to operate on Fort Loudoun, and certainly impossible to depend on big ones in any numbers to show up.
The biggest problem on Fort Loudoun and Tellico, and we saw this back in the Bassmaster Classic that Ott Defoe won here, is just staying consistent. I mean, Steve Kennedy had a brutal day too. He only caught 2 bass, broke 1 fish off, and then backed it up yesterday in an area. He said, look, I went through an area on day 3 where I never got a bite in practice. I never got a bite on days 1 and 2. And he goes, I caught a fish on every single piece of wood, which he said, look, a warm night, it's going to help me. You look at guys like Jeff Gustafson that said, man, all week long, my first 2 hours of fishing are so critical because it really slows down after that. This is a really bad situation. We always manufacture drama here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, especially when a leader has a lead like Gussie has. This is not good. This is not good for your leader right now, sitting in this fog delay.
Very, very nervous making for sure. We got a fog delay going on if you're just picking up with us. We're expecting a fishing tournament to break out at any moment. Meanwhile, welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Also with us today, our colleague, the Such, Mike Sukon. How are you whiling away the moments as we wait for the fog to go?
I'm watching the weather. The wind is supposed to pick up and knock this fog out of here. We may start fishing real soon. You know, besides it adding some drama to it, Gussie would be a very popular winner. Seth Fighter, one of his running mates on tour, said he is the nicest guy on planet Earth. And you've talked to him. You've met him. He is. He's just such a genuine guy. And I've dug in a little bit more on his what goes on in his hometown of Keewatin, Canada. And we'll bring some of that to you later. And his fishing, that Fighter says what he is doing, he's an artist at it. So, and I know Z's going to run down exactly what he's doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, we look forward to all of that. Of course, before yesterday, everyone thought, well, man, how big a runaway is this going to be? But Steve Kennedy, the veteran Elite Series angler, former holder of the record for the most fish caught over 4 days with the Bassmasters, sort of changed the perspective, changed the playing field a little bit, Mark Zona.
Really, on days 1 and 2, Steve Kennedy lived with a flipping stick and a jig, fishing isolated wood a little bit closer to the main lake of Fort Loudoun. But with that warmer water, it was supposed to drop, but we never had those really frigid temperatures and that cold rain that was predicted. It was actually more of a warm rain. He said, here's the deal. I have warmer water temps coming to me from the back of that creek. He bailed on flipping that jig, went to a bladed jig, and when he made that change is when his whole tournament turned around.
This fish, this giant that came into the boat yesterday, we were just checking in with him for a little bonus coverage. We had no idea exactly what he was on to, but he had just caught a pretty good one before this. Man, oh man, this is a giant. The biggest one we've seen on live coverage, not the biggest fish of the tournament. But Steve Kennedy, well, he's thinking today, can he make it happen again?
I'm ready to go fishing. Ready to get out there. It's been a tough week, and that second day when they actually had a camera with me was one of the toughest days I've had in a while, and makes you really appreciate the day we had yesterday. I had fun yesterday, so I'm hoping with the conditions we had, it's going to be the same, similar, something, but no expectations. I'm looking for one bite, and then I'll go looking for one more bite, and hopefully at the end of the day we got a good bag, and we'll at least give him a run for his money. But
well, we've been working with that guy for a long, long time. Expect him to downplay his chances today. You can just count on that. Our TH Marine Weather Watch today, well, you know the current conditions. You can see them right there. It is foggy on the Tennessee River. 55 degrees. Had a warmer night last night and expected to get up to almost 70 today, Mark Zona.
The two things that Steve Kennedy said, he said, warm night, falling water. They're coming to me from two different directions. Steve said, look, man, I looked on the bank and I saw little sprigs of milfoil. There's not a lot of vegetation on Fort Loudoun. He said they are obviously not in that grass anymore because I could see it up on the bank coming to me from the back of that creek and off of the main river. He said I could look at a lot of the bass I was catching. I caught a few dark ones that I know have been shallow for a long time, and some really white ones that I think are coming off of that colder main lake. And in the back of that creek, which a lot of locals call Icy King, is John Cox, where he's really only about a mile away from Steve Kennedy.
John Cox, third place to start this day.
I mean, just if it's not a grass carp.
This was midday on day number 3. He's lived with a Berkeley Fritz-side crankbait. And besides day 1, he caught, just under 10 pounds, which this week is a good stringer. John Cox's weights have gone up every day of the event so far.
Second year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but a very accomplished angler with a lot of wins at the top level under his belt throughout this professional bass fishing world.
I got her like barely hooked in the back.
And that's been the region of Fort Loudoun. We got to see this in the 2019 Bassmaster Classic. It just seemed like there was a certain section of Loudoun that was better than the rest.
Get my hand on you.
The area around Icy King down to Little River by far has been the most consistent this week.
They do not want to eat today. That's number 4.
Did not have great expectations for yesterday, but the fish showed up nonetheless. Expectations today, well, at the takeoff, a little earlier, he was John Cox.
All right, guys, here we are. We're in a little bit of a fog delay. I mean, it didn't look too bad at first, but now we can't even see the bridge over there. We can barely see this bridge. But the good news is it is warmer right now than it has been the entire week. So the water's been warming through the night. We got high temperatures today. I think it's going to get up to 77, which I don't believe, but we'll see. And man, that should get the fish moving. We're going to go do the same thing. We're going to go get in the same spot we've been fishing and just kind of hang out and just wait and see if those fish start moving in. And I don't know. I'm excited. I was excited yesterday, and we didn't really get much warm up, and went okay. And today's going to happen, so we're going to see what happens. So I'm excited.
The happy warrior there, John Cox, getting ready to go today. All these guys champing at the bit, getting ready to get those boats on the water, get to their spot, and get started today. We've looked at Steve Kennedy and John Cox, Jeff Gustafson's closest pursuers. And Mark Sonner, we look at the rest of this top 10. Boy, that's a bunch of tough customers there.
Some of the best shallow water fishermen in the Bassmaster Elite Series. A lot of wins in that top 10. Good to see guys like Jason Christie, Greg Hackney in our top 10. But if you look at the rest of the leaderboard, number 1, if you made it to this final day, it has been so brutal. You definitely have done something. But look for really the one thing that we're going to see, taking a peek at our leaderboard right here. You're going to see flurries. There's little windows where these fish feed. And when you get a bite, trust me, you better stay on them because it doesn't last long. It's about a 15 to 30-minute flurry. And that's the one thing we've seen all week long so far here on Fort Loudoun and Tellico.
We started 4 days ago with our full field of 100 anglers. As we go down the leaderboard, there's some very, very good anglers who did not make it to day number 3. Had to be in the top 50 to fish yesterday. And some really, really fantastic anglers who did not make the top 10 today. But the top 10 is all we have on the water. Jeff Gustafson again with the huge lead, getting ready to go fishing as soon as we possibly can.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Tennessee River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Well, welcome to our live coverage of Championship Sunday at this Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on the Tennessee River. And we're in a fog delay right now. Of course, Knoxville, Tennessee is the gateway to the Smoky Mountains. They don't call them that because of real smoke. It's because of that fog right now. But the fog appears to be lifting. The sun is high in the sky. It's 8:20 local time. And let's take a look at our rules of the game here. Of course, this has been a 4-day tournament. We're on Championship Day, day number 4. Of course, we had the full field fish the first 2 days. That's 100 anglers. We cut it to 50. For day number 3, 8 hours to fish per day. Well, that number is being whittled down, and anglers do not like it when that number gets whittled down there. Mark Zona, the heaviest bass, 5-day aggregate, wins this tournament. Yeah, these guys are always pressing for more hours of fishing, not less.
Yeah, it looks like it's starting to lift a little bit, and we have some wind it's going to come in later today, push some of this fog out, which a lot of your largemouth fishermen, unlike your leader, Jeff Gustafson, a lot of the largemouth fishermen will tell you the fish really started to bite good in the wind earlier in the week during their practice round. And looking at those weights right there, Tom and Sanders, look, the entire country, really except for Florida, has been in a brutal freeze for the last, say, 10 to 20 days. And I really believe, looking at those weights, these guys caught them a lot better than we thought, and I think a lot better than they thought going off of their practice.
Well, yes, sir, Jeff Gustafson again with that huge margin there, and Steve Kennedy, the man in pursuit. We've sort of run down those two guys for you today, and we will be with them all day long. We will be, in fact, with all of our 10 anglers in the boat with them, hearing everything that goes on all day long. And, you know, we're an hour past the time when these guys should have been set up and fishing right now, Mark Zona, and even if we started in the next 5 minutes, it's going to be 45 minutes before Jeff Gustafson even gets to his spot there. The clock ticking away is becoming more loud and insistent in the background for him, I'm sure.
Really, if you look at what he's put on the scales this week, the majority of his damage has already been done if you go off of days 1, 2, and 3. But really talking about what he's done, it's the improbable of catching 18-inch or better smallmouth all 3 days of this event so far. If you rewind to the 2019 Bassmaster Classic or talk to a lot of the locals that dominate here, it's usually a mixed bag situation. You know, or your core is going to be largemouth with maybe a couple bonus smallmouth, but it's really a mixed bag. Everybody I spoke to that really knows this lake said, you can't win on only smallmouth, and your leader has done that to perfection so far this week, all week long.
There are 9 tournaments in a season, big tournaments in the Bassmaster Elite Series, every one of them very precious. And of course, we started off a couple of weeks ago down in the St. Johns River in Florida, noted big bass factory, and it was a rookie who turned in the most incredible performance.
Marathon Peak Performance.
Man, it's day 4 Bassmaster Elite Series, St. Johns River. We're gonna try to catch us some bass. I haven't caught a true big one yet. I mean, I haven't actually caught a legit 5-pounder. And, you know, I had 20 and 21 the last 2 days. So hopefully I can do that again today and then maybe add in 2 8 or 9 pounders and, you know, we'll be right there. It is Florida, anything can happen. You know, a guy can go from catching 26 to, you know, one day to catching 6 the next. Hopefully we catch a giant bag. So let's go, I'm ready, let's do it. Sticking with that black and blue Zoom's Linky. It's a fish catcher, it just catches them, dude. Two, 3. We got one. I think what I was doing was good luck. Got a couple nice ones. I caught a pretty nice one just a minute ago. Just caught my limit. Just actually made a coal as well. And you know, I think we're somewhere between 15 and 16 pounds now. Definitely not the goal. We're about 10 to 12 pounds from the goal. That's her, son. I've been waiting on this fish all week. It ain't what I thought it was, but it's a pretty dang good one. Well, we got a pretty good start. got a lot of work left to do. But hey, we're chipping away, man. We're chipping away. That's all we can do. I think it was 214. Called a 115. So, hey, pound at a time. At least we're not calling ounces. Calling pounds. I like calling pounds. It's way more fun than ounces. And it's way more money. So humid. Yeah. Still no bigs, man. 32. We got, you know, a couple more hours. Hopefully we can get the culling. Good God, look at that gator, son. That's a big one. 2 hours, actually got a little bit more than that. How you doing? I've been looking for you all day. I caught a 5-pounder. Boys and girls, it took me 4 days. Pounds, baby. All right. That's a big one. Oh God, I love bass fishing. 4.8. Once again, pounds. I think I got excited or something. How could you not? Dude, he's got a snake or a lizard in his throat. Can you see it? I got an idea. I mean, you can tell this is at the mouth of a little backwater deal, a little creek. It's a big flat at the mouth of it. I'm gonna go fish another one like that. There's one right down here. Let's go. I don't like this. I'm gonna go back out. Maybe I do like it. Whoa! Yeah! Dude, I just said I don't like this. I'm fixing to leave. Four. Yeah! What did just happen? Dude, and I literally just said, I don't like this. I'm fixing to leave. And it says, don't. And I jerk and I catch, I don't know, whatever it was the biggest bass I've caught this week. I freaking love it. Yeah! It takes a lot to get me excited, boys and girls. I'm freaking excited. What am I at now? 23? That ain't enough. But we just made some money. We've got something for them. I catch a 9-pounder, they better freaking catch them, son. Dude, I think I'm gonna catch a giant. Like, chances are I don't, but, oh man, what a cool, blessed, awesome freaking week. Oh my God. 513. Put me a new Berkeley Fusion 19 5/0. That same 5-inch black and blue Zoom Linky. I've caught like almost every bass I've weighed in this week. That Berkeley War Pig was a big player in keeping me calm and settling me down every day until today. I didn't do it today. There was no need to do it today. And I busted that butt today. Yeah! Let's go. I'm gonna put my rain suit on and we're gonna boogie it on up. It's my first tournament, and it's special. I don't know that I'm gonna win. I probably won't, but it's a blessed week. That's all I've got. Really, it really is. We're gonna see how it shakes out here in a minute, and no matter what, good week.
Brand new is new only in his name, ladies and gentlemen. An Elite Series champion in his very first Elite Series event.
A Marathon Peak Performance Profile.
Peak Performance.
That's what went down 2 weeks ago at the first stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series down in a very different place, the St. Johns River. Here the sun is high, the fog is finally lifting. We're getting closer and closer to allowing our 10 anglers and our leader, Jeff Gustafson, who's going to arrive out there about an hour and a half late, is more than ready to go.
All right. Final day, got a good lead, 5 bass away from one of those blue trophies. I want it bad.
Number 1.
Go get it done.
Snow leopard, Jeff Gustafson. Right behind him a 3-time.
Underway at last week. We got a fishing tournament breaking out here. And that is good news for Championship Sunday, and see if that man who's the story of this week can hang on for one more day.
Gussie has a 35-mile run to the bottom of Fort Loudoun where it connects to Tellico. And I know Davey Height has been with him all week. And really, we talked about it. This fog delay probably going to hurt your leader, Gussie, more than anybody. And the other factor in here, Davey Height was at the bottom of Fort Loudoun looking at the area that Gussie's been fishing and said, it was getting a little bit of pressure, Tommy Sanders, from some non-competitors here on Sunday. Look, it's the weekend, and this body of water always gets pressure, especially on the weekends. And Davey Height telling us, well, it was getting a little extra pressure early this morning.
Well, we fish every event on public water, and that makes it unique in the world of sports. When you're out there with the average day-to-day angler, sometimes boat to boat with those guys, and that's the playing field.
It's going to be a stressful day for our leader, Jeff Gustafson. You have that feeling.
Absolutely. We're going to get it started. We'll be fishing when we come back here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Well, today on Fox, it's the second major championship of the PBA Tour with the Tournament of Championships. The stakes are higher and the emotions run deeper today at 1 p.m. Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Those guys getting set to roll on the big stage. Finally, we have our anglers rolling out on the Tennessee River, making their way down through Fort Loudoun. Big day in sports, that's for sure. And just keep it here all day long, and there we go. Our anglers trying to make up time here. They can only go so fast, but it looks good. The fog is really going away quickly here, and as soon, one by one, they will peel off, set up on their respective spots here, mostly on Fort Loudoun. 2 anglers headed all the way down to the canal between Loudoun and Tellico, and in the case of Jake Whitaker, into Lake Tellico.
Yeah, your leader, Jeff Gustafson, making the second longest run. Jake Whitaker, like you said, making the longest run of our top 10 here on Championship Sunday. Getting a good look at some of your leaders staying very, very close to Knoxville. Jason Christie, Greg Hackney, Steve Kennedy. You're taking a look right at Jeff Gustafson running right now. Davey Height's already down at the bottom of the lake, and we're going to get with him in a little bit. But if you look at Gussie on days 1 and 2, compared to our 2019 Classic, this was supposed to be the toughest event that we have had in years, but that was a 3-day tournament in 2019, and Gussie has almost the exact same weight that Ott Defo won back in 2019, right around 49 pounds. So what he's done this week, look, the fish were biting in 2019. Really, the whole field caught him. What he's done to really match Ott Defo's weight from that Classic, absolutely unbelievable performance so far. Just needs to seal the deal here today.
An unbelievable performance, a singular performance as well. Really the only guy who could master what it took to put that to get that winning combo going. As we say, we can't emphasize enough. No one else able to put 5 18-inch smallmouth into the boat each and every day. He's weighed in 15 of them. Well, if he can weigh in 5 more today, it's going to be near impossible to beat this man from Canada looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series win.
And he's just not aimlessly drifting around down at the bottom of Fort Loudoun. 3 isolated rock piles, 20 to 24 feet of water, what he calls soft current holes off of the main current. This time of year, those smallies, they just don't want to be in that really cold, ripping current. And the other thing about it is the presence of bait. We saw fish catch yesterday. The fish spit up a giant shad. Really, those smallies just sit behind those boulders. It acts like a current break and ambush shad as they come by.
Jeff Gustafson, one of the most decorated anglers to come out of Canada ever, and he's using his technique that has been developed and is very popular in that part of the world where he comes from. He does it all the time, and he tells us, this is important, it's his favorite way to fish.
Very, very similar to ice fishing. You're fishing vertical, you're staring at those fish on your graph. And the other thing is, he said there are magic boulders. If you get 5 feet away from them, you absolutely will not catch a fish.
All right, our B&W trailer hitch is live on the line. He's going to take us to our man on the water. He's been with Gussie all week, Davey Height, and this is the most important morning. Gussie's laid the work down, but now, what are the question marks as he tries to do it for one more day?
Well, Tommy, there are a lot of questions this morning, and it's certainly not what Gussie wanted. Number one, the fog delay, and you have to delay these anglers taking off. It would be dangerous to run in those conditions, so they wait until it clears enough for them to go out and Gussie to make his 35-mile run. But if you've been watching the previous days, we all know that the first hour to hour and a half have been crucial for him. And the only day that he struggled was day 3 when he didn't have that good morning. Well, he's going to miss that first hour of fishing because of the fog delay. And here's the other thing that throws a big question. And Zona, you and I talked about this. The current has slowed down tremendously. Yesterday morning was his best morning. Yesterday was his best day as far as numbers of fish. He laid off his best areas. Those fish were set up, but yesterday there was more current than any other time this week. This morning there is less. So once he gets here, he's going to miss that first hour. That's so key, but then also we'll have to see what happens with the slower current.
Davey, a very warm night last night. Definitely going to be a benefit to a lot of our guys that are targeting largemouth. For somebody watching here on FS1, describe what a smallmouth does more than anything. He likes to swim and eat and leave more than anything.
Yeah, Z, you know that as good as anyone. Smallmouth, the thing that makes so tough, especially the southern smallmouth, is to be able to sustain your limit of smallmouth each and every day because they are swimmers, they are movers. A warm night last night throws another big question mark. The reason it's been such a good tournament for Gussie fishing these deeper smallmouth, we've had the cold nights, the cold days, the water temperature has stayed in the upper 40s on the main river itself. But last night was the warmest night. The largemouth fishermen were wanting that. Gussie was not wanting that. So there's just several things that are not what Gussie wanted come into play today, but we'll see. The slower current, the warmer night, if Gussie can't get off to that good start like he has, we've seen the largemouth fishermen do well in the afternoon every day. We'll just have to wait and see.
Boy, that slower current is definitely of concern, Davey. Hi, and tell us, does that make it harder to find them or just harder to get them to bite? Which is the bigger concern?
Well, the big concern is those fish actually moving. They set up on those particular boulders like you and Zona were talking about earlier, and that's all because of current. They like the slower current. Even in this canal, which is only about a quarter of a mile long, maybe a half mile, the current varies. The center of the canal narrows down, and there's a lot more current there than there is on this upper end, so the slower current has been key. Well, when the current overall in the river changes, then the slower current and the faster current areas in this narrows, that's going to change also. So if those fish move, it'll be real tough for Gussie to locate where they move to because they get on very specific spots. He said, if I miss it by 5 feet, I cannot get a bite. That could be an issue. If those fish, I don't think they're going to swim to the shore and start spawning overnight. But if they move 50 yards and set up under another boulder or around another boulder, then that could be a problem for Gussie because you have to find the exact boulder that they're relating to.
Davey, thank you so much. That kind of gives us exactly what we need to look for as soon as Gussie arrives. Still on his way down there to help us understand what's going on. We need to sort of unlock what the three species of bass are and what their different attributes are. And Mark Zona, you're the guy for the job.
Well, up to Tommy Sanders. Look, and a lot of our viewers that follow the Bassmaster Elite Series know this. A largemouth, if you're to compare him to a human being, he's a little bit lazy. He's sloppy, bigger than a smallmouth, and a spotted bass probably eats a lot of Cinnabon with extra icing. Goes large on the fries. From there, taking a look at a smallmouth, more like Matthew McConaughey. Right? Just a good-looking little guy right there, and has a lot of friends, hangs out with his friends. The thing is, revolves his life around things that he eats. Davey Height said it. He will roll if his food's not there. From there, we're going to take a look at the spotted bass. You can compare him to that kid back in 4th grade. Very, very hyper. Like when you had gym class and that kid would just run in circles, overheat, spin out, collapse. That's a spotted bass. Very, very unpredictable.
That sizes it. Now we know our species, and now we know who they really are, courtesy.
That was horrible.
It was so wonderful. Horrible. On the contrary, really. Fantastic. All right. As we say, they'll be peeling off, getting to their spot. Maybe a few misfires as we get started today. John Cox. Keeping our eye on John Cox all day long. All of our anglers got a setback. Had to start late today. They will make up for it. They're going to work very hard. We're going to work very hard, keeping up with them for you. And we'll be back with more fishing in just a moment. Only 10 anglers of the full field of 100 who started 4 days ago here made it to the top 10. We take a look at some of the scenes from the weigh-in yesterday with Greg Hackney, Jason Christie, Hunter Shryock. A good day, 11 pounds and 4 ounces for him.
Really looking at our top 10, we cannot stress it enough. If you made it to Championship Sunday, as tough as this event has been, you truly have done something. And usually, looking at our top 10 right here in a tough event, it is a horse race, but so far, at least in this tournament, it's been a runaway from Jeff Gustafson.
Tough day yesterday for Brandon Card, but he hung in there in the top 5. John Cox had his best day of the tournament yesterday. He's one of those guys with the arrow up. The main guy with the arrow up, the big momentum. Steve Kennedy weighing in the biggest, over 20 pounds, almost 21 pounds, the biggest limit of the tournament. But there's the man of consistency. Consistency is what can take you over the finish line before anyone else.
Down on Fort Loudoun right now. Taking a look at two of the biggest players ever in the Bassmaster Elite Series, Jason Christie and Greg Hackney, fishing in the Little River area of Fort Loudoun, and you get a good look at that watercolor. Had rain earlier in the week, and it's been a warm rain. Steve Kennedy made the comment, look, they're coming to me. Warm nights, warm rain, definitely helping that largemouth bite as this tournament has gone on. Jason Christie and Greg Hackney, not too far apart, only looks like a couple hundred yards.
Christie in 9th, Hackney in 10th place. Both of them need to catch them early, often, and big.
Well, we just got started. I've caught one little bitty one so far, but we basically we've only been fishing about 5 minutes or so. So we had a little fog delay this morning, and for safety reasons they held us at 8:30, and it's still, you know, luckily we got out when we did because it looked like it was going to be socked in for a while. I had a good one on right here. I caught a 3-pounder off this dock in practice, and I've not fished here till yesterday, but I had a good one on in that little old patch of deal, and I was like, I'm gonna start right here. I'm gonna spend a bunch of time exploring in this creek because it's a big old creek. It's got a defined channel, and it's gonna dry. It's fixing to dry a bunch of it up. You know what I mean? So it's gonna congregate those fish somewhere in one of these channels, and that's gonna be kind of my you know, what my plan is today is to see if I can't find a place that it's, you know, bunched them up. We got a little shorter day, but, you know, it's just good to be here on the final day and getting to fish. And it's going to be super nice weather today. Best weather we've had all week. So.
Our 2014 Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Greg Hackney, back in the Elite Series after a couple of years away.
And he was really blown away yesterday. Toughest day of the event so far for Greg Hackney. And just a couple 100 yards away. You're, number one, Greg Hackney, one of the best shallow water fishermen, well, on the planet. And just down the way, Jason Christie, pretty salty, fishing shallow too.
Yeah, and past Jason Christie, here we go, man. They're all bunched up in here. Brandon Card. Man, everybody can talk to one another. They're so close.
We were told the Little River area would play, and you're seeing 3 of the top 10 anglers here on Championship Sunday in the mouth of the Little River.
COVID cough? There he is. Good one. Oh, God, it's a good one. Dude, he choked it too. Oh, yeah. No. Yes. Let's see how we get this unhooked. Got my glove hooked and everything.
Oh boy.
What a debacle that was. Yeah, baby. That's how we get it started. Championship Sunday. Literally, we just started. Good one. Yes. That's right under 4, probably 3 3/4.
Dandy right there for Brandon Card. Caught one early. His really only good one yesterday was very early, right at the first stop.
That hook got me. Battle wound.
Tommy,
it was a tough day yesterday for Brandon Card.
Tag gun.
A couple fish short. He had the big bass on day 1, a 5'9", 5-pound 9 ounce.
That was bad.
Oh, he has got a mess going on right there.
Yeah, just all sorts of trouble with that landing, but the fish was worth it. I think he'd be the first one to tell us that. That's a good one. That here, in this place, that's a dandy.
Yeah, we knew that warm night and all that watercolor coming into Fort Loudoun was going to help the largemouth guys. Brandon Card off to a fast start.
First man on the board today in our 10 here on Championship Sunday. Take a quick break and come right back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Championship Sunday and an hour-and-a-half fog delay cutting into the fishing time for these 10 anglers who would hold the trophy at the end of the day. Our first of 3 tournaments this year on this magnificent Tennessee River, the home of so many great impoundments for bass fishing. Legendary, as a matter of fact. We're at the top here at Knoxville. We're going almost all the way to the other end, Pickwick Lake. Down there close to Florence, Alabama, will be our host city, and Pickwick Lake, Markzona. It's going to be a different environment, and it should be prime for big fish.
Absolutely. We've seen some great smallmouth here this week in Knoxville, Tennessee with your leader, Jeff Gustafson. But we are going to see some really big smallmouth in that tournament on Pickwick. That is probably one of the best times a year for a trophy smallmouth.
Oh, I like the sound of that. That is a great, great place to contest between the best in the world. And here's John Cox hooked up live. We've all got Brandon Card already on the board with a 4-pounder.
There we go.
Look at that watercolor. Wow.
Oh, jeez, it's a good one. Oh, come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Oh my gosh. There's number 1. Whew. Number 1. Oh gosh. I guess chartreuse and blackback was the way to go there. They're finally eating it. Whew. Gosh, when that one bit it, I was like, wow, that's what a bite feels like. Oh, swallowed it. Oh, that's scary.
John Cox using a Berkeley Fritz side crankbait chartreuse with a black back. You'll notice the chartreuse hair to complement the crankbait.
It's not quite. I mean, that's the elephant in the room. We have got to address that at some point.
It is the only word John Cox used. He said, "Look, my hair is right."
Right on time, as you would say.
It's like in the bone there.
And note how that fish got that crankbait. I mean,
man, those Berkeley Fusion hooks that come on this
just
thing,
barely hooked.
They are sharp. Oh, that's just a nice one to start with.
That one's going to be pushing 4 pounds.
Absolutely.
2 oversized in the boat already for Cox and Card.
John Cox fishing in the IC King area, as the locals call it. Way in the back of it, back of one of the little pockets in there.
I wasn't expecting that right off the bat. Oh.
A good start for John Cox and Brandon Card.
Leader Jeff Gustafson spotting those 2 guys, Cox and Card, a good half hour of fishing time today.
Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, we literally just made our first, I mean, it was the first few casts of the day. I mean, we had this fog delay, and what's happening is this creek I've been fishing, a lot of mud is coming down, down the creek. So I've been fishing way back there, so I thought I'll just start out here in the mouth and see what the water clarity looks like. And it's actually pretty dingy right here, so I bet where we have been fishing the previous couple of days may be blown out. So I'm gonna probably stay in this zone for a while, but literally first couple of casts of the day, I caught one probably 3 3/4, and he just swallowed this crankbait. So pretty stoked about that. That's a good sign. He was really shallow, right where I like to catch him. He was sitting on some wood. I got my brother and nephew with me today. They have a sign. Hey, Micah, hold up that sign you made. They're going to be cheering me on all day today, so that's kind of a cool deal having them out here with me. It says, "Go, Uncle Brandon."
Who's that next?
I love signs.
Yeah, that's Micah, my nephew, and then my brother Jordan. So they're going to be my cheering section today. Yeah, they missed that first fish. They literally missed it by like 3 or 4 minutes. But yeah, I'll take it. I mean, that's a good start. That's some good feedback, you know, obviously, you know, making the right call to start out here at the mouth. Just need to catch some more.
It's a great story.
We saw back in the Bassmaster Classic of 2019, there was one general region mid-lake on Fort Loudoun that fired, where the rest of Fort Loudoun not that consistent. Same thing this time around, a little bit further upriver from where we saw it go down in the 2019 Classic. All of these anglers right here, Tom, they are fishing within about 2 miles of each other.
And they've all caught fish early, whether they're non-keepers or not. Christie with a keeper. We just saw Cox, and then we replayed Cards. Greg Hackney with a non-keeper as well.
Mm-hmm. Some pretty good shallow water anglers right there.
Yeah. That's a hall of fame of shallow water specialists.
And Z will be able to see it visually and get into it at a certain point. But for folks at home, there is levels to dirty water.
If you want to catch them on a crankbait, like a shallow crankbait, that is.
It's not just clear and dirty. It's
the water we've been fishing earlier in the week has been clean, but I haven't cranked at all. I've been throwing a jerkbait and a jig. But I just knew yesterday after the tough bite that we had that they had probably gone up to the bank, got in some of this shallower water.
How hard was it not to start where you bagged them up all week?
It really wasn't that hard because yesterday was so brutal in there. So, I mean, I'm going to go back in there, but I just know with the water clarity that we have here, it's going to be muddy. I mean, I can almost guarantee it is. So, and I mean like muddy, like maybe to the point that we can't even fish it. But we'll go back in there later and just look at it, obviously. Yeah, I just kind of had the feeling that maybe it had kind of ran its course in there. But, you know, who knows? We could go in there and fish the banks around, you know, fish the banks close to that flat. You know, I was out in the middle of the flat, but, you know, we could go bang a crankbait around the rocks and stuff around that flat and maybe get on them too.
Make sure he's good.
So.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
That one's going to keep for John Cox. Two keepers now.
Same spot.
Man, since the start of this tournament, the backs of these creeks, like John Cox is in, so much different looking today compared to earlier in the tournament. A lot more color backs of these creeks on Fort Loudoun now.
Got a little bit of rock. Shallow, muddy, you know, muddy banks like this.
Wanted to bring you into the Bassmaster studio sponsored by Marathon to show you some of the key lures that these guys are using, especially that 4-box of anglers right there. We saw Brandon Card, John Cox, Jason Christie, Greg Hackney, a lot of our power fishing guys. There's basically 9 of our 10 guys fishing the same way, with one doing the outlier. He happens to be our leader. We'll get into that when we start seeing him fish as well. But the baits that have been key, these reaction lures in that late winter, early pre-spawn, the fish are moving up shallower. As that warm water flows in, a lot of these baits will look similar, but Jason Christie starting out in 9th place. He had a big spinner bait, single Colorado blade, a big thump for that dirty water. The fish can feel the vibration and find the bait. Obviously a Norman Speed in a crawfish color, and then a flat-sided bait, which flat-sided baits are great in this water temperature early in the year. Greg Hackney, we saw him catch some big ones on a Strike King Thunder Cricket, which is a bladed jig style bait. Also a big swim bait on the back of it. That also puts off a big thump as well in that dirty water. And like we said, water clarity varies. Sometimes it's not just clear and dirty. There are levels to the dirtiness, and if it's visibility-wise. Brandon Card, he's been mixing it up a lot lately, but he really started his week off with his prototype jig, a small version of it, throwing it on a spinning rod. He has a Yamamoto twin tail grub as well, but he's mixed in a jerkbait, and we saw this morning a crankbait for that 4-pounder as well. John Cox, he has mixed in the same bait but different colors based on what water clarity he is fishing, and we obviously heard him say he has now mixed in a third color, black and chartreuse. That'll be key for him today as that water has gotten dirtier in his area. And a guy fishing near John Cox that we'll see had a big day yesterday, 20 pounds, 14 ounces from Steve Kennedy, a 6-pounder. He started his week pitching isolated wood on those banks as the water is about 5 feet low. Wood sticking up here and there. He would pitch this jig, a green pumpkin and brown jig with a Zoom chunk threaded up on it. He pitched that to all the isolated cover, and then yesterday, with the water dropping a little bit more and dirtying up, he threw that chatterbait and was able to catch the biggest bag of the tournament. So those are some of the key baits for those guys that are going to be power fishing up shallow, catching largemouth. When we get out deeper in smallmouth fish, we'll go through Gussie's baits that he's been using.
Ronnie, where on the spectrum would you rate the water clarity for John Cox?
It's definitely up in that Hershey's, chocolate milk, getting in that range.
We said there has been flurries on Fort Loudoun this week. When you get one bite, it can happen very, very fast.
Pound and a halfer. I don't know if he'll make it.
Has to be 14 inches or better for a largemouth and a spotted bass here on Fort Loudoun and Tellico.
Whoa.
Careful there.
Oh, boy.
Whoa.
Yeah. Easy now, cowboy.
Good start for these shallow anglers, Tommy.
Absolutely. One big one, 2 small ones in the box for John Cox. That moves him up into second place.
And the way it has started for the largemouth fishermen is absolutely the last thing that Jeff Gustafson wanted to see here on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, we've yet to check in with him. He's still probably getting set up right now. Jeff Gustafson, of course, if you're just joining us, huge lead going into this final day. But these shallow water anglers up here in Fort Loudoun are making some noise. Possibly, yeah, look how close it is now.
By far the fastest start of this entire event for your largemouth fishermen, where really Gussie has pretty much been done every day by this time.
Yeah, we got a different timetable going today. Well, we have a different result. We're going to be checking in with Jeff Gustafson very, very soon. Meanwhile, we'll take a break and be right back. Championship Sunday here. The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on the Tennessee River, second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Top man through the first 3 days of this tournament, without a doubt. Jeff Gustafson of Canada, trying to win his first Bassmaster Elite Series event. Other anglers fishing while he makes the second longest run of any of our anglers. After an hour-and-a-half fog delay, boy, Mark Zona, he has given up some time today.
He has definitely given up a lot of time making a 35-mile run. And the largemouth fishing has been very, very solid here today on Championship Sunday. But if you really look at the guys that are fishing largemouth a lot shallower, this will be a way different gig. Gussie fishing a lot deeper, 20 to 24 feet of water. And again, you cannot stress this enough. Most of his damage has been done early, really between 8 and 9 o'clock. That has been the prime window for these smallmouth here on Fort Loudoun and Tellico. And he has lost that time.
Third year on the Bassmaster Elite Series for this decorated angler from Canada, Jeff Gustafson. There's a shot of him yesterday at the weigh-in. Just super consistent all day long, and certainly has the winning game plan. Catch these 18-inch smallmouth. They have to be 18 inches to be legal, and each one that's 18 inches is a good one, a solid one. Let's get back out to this canal.
Right in the canal between Tellico and Loudoun. There's a lot of current in there. And what he calls soft current holes, 20 to 24 feet of water, and there are 3 clusters of boulders really within 100 yards of each other that Gustafson said these fish will sit behind those boulders, ambush a lot of the pods and little schools of bait fish and shad that flow through this canal. Getting out to Gustafson live. Heard him make the comment, there are a bunch there. Seeing all these fish on his electronics.
That one feels better, maybe. Oh yeah, that's a honey. Yes! Woo! Yeah, baby. Look at that. Deep. Yes. I'm not even measuring that one. Thank you. Oh, that takes some pressure off. I set the hook, there was like 4 more with it too, so let's get this done. Oh. You can't really see them until they come on? Yeah, I don't see any until it's the weirdest thing ever, yeah. But that's what I see when I know there's a bunch. When you hook one, they'll, you know, they follow at 5 feet up or so.
The best thing Gustafson just said is when he hooked that fish, there was multiple smallmouth following that fish. They've definitely reloaded since yesterday.
That was bigger than any of the ones yesterday, I think.
Gosh, that is so huge right there. And really, he has done the improbable for that area that he's in. A lot of the local folks say, yep, you can do that 1 day or 2 days, but to do it 4 days in a row, which an 18-inch smallmouth or better, very, very consistent for Gustafson.
It's like he said, man, a lot of pressure is off of me right now. I mean, he could easily have come here and gone without a bite for an hour.
But hooked up again. Non-keeper right there. Seen a lot of spectator boats in the background today. And a lot lighter line than our largemouth guys that are fishing up Fort Loudoun. 10-pound braided line to an 8-pound fluorocarbon leader. Really imagine him sitting in that fog delay and then making that 35-mile run, just wondering if they're still here.
This one's close. Yes. It's gonna be close. get out my big measuring board. I heard Zona was making fun of me for this, but when you catch big bass, you gotta have a big board, so. It's just for Lake Fork when I need to measure all my 24 inches.
That's a Magnum. It comes standard with this boat because that is a northern boat, a lot of bigger species of fish that they target.
Oh man, I tell you what, imagine what he was going through his mind as he sat there for an hour and a half through the fog delay, Jeff Gustafson, not knowing whether he's going to find him, much less catch him. But boy, those two questions have been answered in a big, emphatic way right now. John Cox, Steve Kennedy, Brandon Coxon card to the anglers on the largemouth up in Fort Loudoun, on the board as well, but Gustafson definitely back in control right now. Jeff Gustafson shooting for the big one this week, this day.
Unbelievable, the great Canadian snow leopard. What a tournament he is having.
Yeah, so I'm catching them fishing pretty deep and marking them on my hummingbird and playing with them, trying to make them bite. And it's just a way that we fish a lot at home up on Lake of the Woods, Rainy Lake. And I've been waiting like, this is 8 or 9 years I've been fishing down here. I've been just like dying to get to fish, to do this in one of these tournaments. So, you know, it's worked out good so far.
It's been fun to watch. I can't wait to see the weekend, and I know Canada's looking forward to seeing it.
Ooh. Beautiful.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Tennessee River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Championship final today on the Tennessee River Bassmaster Elite Series, the Guaranteed Rate Elite and Canadian. Jeff Gustafson been the top man in this tournament all week long and has sat out an hour and a half fog delay, finally got to his spot right there and solved a lot of mysteries by putting two in the boat that put him over the 50-pound mark. Let's take a look right now, though, at our Skeeter Bassmaster Rookie Watch. Yet another squadron of fantastic rookies this year. Last tournament, the first one of the year, it was rookie Brian New notching the first win of the season, Mark Zona.
Exactly right. Brian New with an unbelievable start to his season with a victory in his very first Bassmaster Elite Series event. But Justin Hamner taking that lead right there. We got to spend a little bit of time with him yesterday. Definitely very, very solid rookie crop. And we're going to get out right now with a former Rookie of the Year, young Jake Whitaker, our only angler that has survived Championship Sunday fishing in Tellico.
Right, so we finally made it, 50-minute run from Knoxville. Finally made it through a little bit of fog, down through the canal, and up Tellico about halfway. And they've dropped the water about 1.5 feet, 2 feet. The whole place, that's Loudoun and Tellico, they've dropped the water. So it's going to be interesting to see you know, where these fish have moved to. Yesterday they were in 2 feet of water or less. So, you know, they've had that water kind of sucked out over, you know, from over top of their head. So, but they still should just be, you know, right out here on these secondary points. And this is just kind of the perfect little deal of what I've been looking for this week. It's just a mixture of clay and rock, big boulders. There's even some brush and stuff mixed in. So, and a lot of these points are, you know, points that butt up right against the creek channel. So they've still got plenty of water around them. It's just a matter of fact if they're going to set up in a position to bite. So it'll be interesting to see. There's plenty of fish here. I know there is. Caught several keepers yesterday, and then also some short fish. So we're going to keep after it and just kind of see how it goes. I'm gonna stick it out in this creek. I may go try the other creek where I caught them day one, just for a little bit, just to see what's going on. stick. But you know, this is what got me here. So we're gonna ride that horse all the way to the end. So again, I've still got, you know, plenty of confidence in this area, but it'll be interesting to see how this fall in the water's going to affect them. Water still looks good though. It's got a good little stain. It's not necessarily muddy. It's just stained. It looks really good. I'm reading 55, 56 degree water this morning. So we'll see. All we can do is throw and chunk and wind. Hope we run it across a couple's faces.
The main thing that we've seen with our largemouth fishermen is
Rookie of the Year deal was awesome, and you know, you can only be a rookie once, so to be able to win the Rookie of the Year title was a huge accomplishment and something that, you know, that I'll have for the rest of my life. So and that year of that class of rookies that we had was phenomenal fishermen. So you know, that was really cool deal. Really fun year. Had some good finishes, had some not so good finishes, but we made the best of it and came out on top. So.
Tellico, Jake Whitaker up to the canal between Tellico and Fort Loudoun. Back to our leader, Jeff Gustafson.
And so rare for a guy to dominate a tournament with a technique that nobody else found. You know, if you looked at the 2019 Classic, a lot of the anglers in that tournament caught him pretty much the same way. 9 out of our 10 anglers here on Championship Sunday caught him and really did just shallow water 101. But watching Gussie, the number one thing about this is he's not aimlessly drifting around in that canal. It is all boat control. And as he said, if you miss the little isolated clusters of rock, if you miss it by 2 or 3 feet, you absolutely will not get a bite.
Bigger winds coming up today, going to make boat control a little more of a challenge. That's going to affect Jeff Gustafson more than anyone, for sure.
You know, what I was going to say, and this is going to sound crazy to a lot of our hardcore Bassmaster viewers, is when we go to a tidal water fishery, they bite in flurries when you see water movement. You know, Tommy, every tidal fishery, it's flurries, it's windows where they bite. It has been eerily similar this week on Fort Loudoun, where when guys catch one, they back them up with 2, 3, 4 bites really fast.
They're biting today a lot better than before. We've had more bites in the last 20 minutes than I think we've had on the entire day, the other days. It's number 4. Number 4.
We're in the box. Solid morning.
Catch that one we keep missing every day right here.
4 keepers in the box for John Cox. And fair to say, Tommy Sanders, that a lot better largemouth fishing today with that warm night, the warm rain that we had a day and a half ago definitely has helped the largemouth bite.
Different weather every day, that sort of drives the water levels and certainly makes the fishing better or worse depending on how it's gone. I think we've got an up arrow for conditions, especially for these guys today.
Yeah, and that you really kind of look at that bridge that John Cox is fishing by. He is not all the way in the back of Icy King. That bridge is basically just a stop sign for fish that are in the back of that creek, possibly pulling out, and new fish that are coming from the main lake. Just a perfect stop sign.
People who don't watch a lot of bass fishing, Z, might look at how muddy that water is there, but you have a very simple rule about muddy water. I think it bears repeating right now.
Here's the best way to put it for if you don't bass fish. Cold, muddy water, bad. Bass do not like that. They don't like to bite real good in it. Warm, muddy water, really, really good. Fish feed real well. And you look at it and say, man, that's coffee with cream in it. That these fish are absolutely used to that this time of year. And again, Gussie with 2 fish, very, very critical fish. Cannot stress it enough. Every day of this event, pretty much, except for day 2, it was a little bit slower. His damage was already done by this time of day.
Sunfish.
Good fishing this morning. Really solid.
A lot of these largemouth guys are going to be wishing the tournament ended on Monday or Tuesday because of the way the largemouth bite has upticked the last 2 days. But because it started in the middle of that cold front coming through, Gussie's 17-pound, 4-ounce day 1 is huge.
Jeff Gustafson, again, an hour-and-a-half fog delay. Lots of nervous thoughts about can he make it happen when he gets down there. Finally gets set up in his spot on the canal between Tellico and Fort Loudoun. Those questions have been answered. Caught 2 keepers to lengthen his lead out now. John Cox, though, working upstream in Fort Loudoun. Just chipping away. But boy, he's got to find some big ones. He's got to make some major noise if he wants to get up there in the rarefied air that our Canadian friend is in.
Yeah, and that brutal cold front you talk about, Ron Moore, Gussie has definitely benefited from that more than anybody in the field because it has taken a long time for those shallow water largemouth to recover.
Brandon Card and John Cox with the most fish among the pursuers of Jeff Gustafson right now. Steve Kennedy had the biggest limit of the tournament yesterday. We'll see if he can get ignited today. It's a little bit of a slow start for him. We will check in on all of that when we return. The best season ever continues as the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Homestead Miami Speedway for the Dixie Vodka 400. See who will rise up and take the crown at the season's first mile-and-a-half track. All the action starts today at 3:30 Eastern on Fox and anywhere on the Fox Sports app. Big Sunday.
Tommy, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. I need a pick for that race later today.
Well, you said I went with Harvick last time. I'm kind of a Harvick guy. I might just do it again. You know, I'm comfortable with that. I know you're a Truex guy, but I don't know. Where are you going?
I'm big Luke Bryan, Martin Truex. Wait, hold on. No, not Luke Bryan's a country western singer.
Yeah,
I'm staying Martin Truex. Back out to the water right now. Jeff Gustafson live.
Feels good. I'm done saying it's a big one because no.
That one obviously will not keep, but boy, we are just seeing the same story as we have seen all through this tournament. Day number 4 of domination by Jeff Gustafson and Mark Zona with the technique, at least the finer points of it, imported from his home in Canada.
Yeah, and really, we got to learn about that technique. A lot of people call it a Demiki rig. Really, all it is, it's a little jig head minnow. He's using a Z-Man, little soft plastic jerkbait right there. But really, one of the big keys about this, if you look at that jig head, a 3/8 ounce, he calls it a smeltonator. I went at 5 in the morning to my tackle barn because I grabbed that from Seth Feider a few years ago. Very, very realistic. And when we learned that technique a few years ago on Cherokee, people talk about, well, it's used in that region. It is absolutely used throughout the country. And it's a walleye technique. It's a technique that accounts for a lot of walleye, and it's kind of just faded into the bass fishing world. It works all the way up in Minnesota, Canada, Michigan, down here at Tennessee to Texas. But the main thing about that technique, the colder the water is, the better this technique shines. This time of year, we have a lot of shad that die overnight when the water temperatures dip down. And here's the thing, when they're on it, it's a little bitty bait. It definitely catches big ones, as we've seen the last few years on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Boy, you sure can't argue with it this week. Of course, the electronics, very important component of the overall approach. And we have seen Jeff Gustafson just, boy, he is the master. He is the master of it, especially this week out of Knoxville on the Tennessee River. Back out onto Fort Loudoun. Taking a look at John Cruz, the veteran. Been here every year, the Bassmaster Elite Series, and Jason Christie back with Elite Series after a couple of years away.
I'm just trying to get these fish figured out here. They've been a little bit different each day. I've seen there's more shad activity right here than I've seen in, well, basically since in this part of the creek since I've been fishing it. I mean, some just working up near the bank over there. So hopefully that's a good sign. Water's cleared up a little bit and it's dropped. And I'm sure there'll be, we got to get some kind of adjustments. But I'm gonna work up here and then just kind of work around the edge and see if we can't snag us a few keepers. Get us a bite, get one bite, that'll lead to more bites. There's some shad right over there. There they are.
In that area that John Cruz is in, just around the corner, is Hunter Shryock, who's had a very quiet, solid tournament so far this week.
Just working this mixed stick around. It's good for open water. Fish feeding on shad. Just mixing up crankbait, chatterbait.
John Cruz, again, one of the original Bassmaster Elite Series anglers. Successful career over more than a decade and a half. His first win came back in 2010 in a very different place about this time of year, but on the California Delta.
Yeah, definitely didn't see that win coming for John Cruz. John Cruz, a really good shallow water cranker. Fishing a lot throughout Virginia his entire life. That tournament, the California Delta, punching mats and took down some of the biggest names in the sport.
Very, very close. That was tight competition there. It was pins and needles until the very end of the weigh-in there. We got our weigh-in coming up at 3 Eastern time up in Knoxville at World's Fair Park on the lawn there. Beautiful.
Besides the leader, Jeff Gustafson, besides Jeff, all of our largemouth fishermen, the one common thing besides flurries of feeding where they bite, little 10 to 15 minute windows, every one of them has said repetitive casts to isolated structure.
Dog it.
Not like you can just get on the trolling motor and cover water. It's just absolute, like little outcroppings like you see John Cruz on.
There's another one. Might be a keeper. Get in here. Old Shad Wrap. That's a keeper, pretty sure. Shad Wrap.
Shad Wrap's been a big player this week.
Shad Wrap. Hey, ho, 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 Jackrabbit. Close your mouth. Close your mouth. Oh, yeah. We're a definite keeper. Put my measuring board back. Keeper, oh, I'm stepping right on your stuff, bro. Keeper number 1. Get it started. Just lost one, which is not cool. But his friend ate it. See if he's got more friends there.
First keeper of the day for John Cruz. Had a tough day on day number 2, brought it back yesterday. Jason Christie, also kind of a similar story. Tough day on day number 2 for Christie, but he knocked out 12 plus yesterday, and he's in the top 10.
Yeah. Jason Christie and Greg Hackney sharing water. 2 anglers that probably did not want to see each other. Some of the best shallow water fishermen in the history of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Jason Christie having a good tournament after a really tough one down in the St. John's a couple weeks ago. A tournament you really thought he would have done well in. He is no stranger to this color water. Grew up in Oklahoma, and dirtier and shallow water he could be in, the more comfortable he is.
Yeah, we got our first introduction to Jason Christie back at the World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic in Oklahoma, 2013. It's some very, very cold weather and tough conditions up there. But Jason Christie, after a 2-year absence, is glad to be back.
You know, I'm kind of starting with rookie goals this year. My biggest goal this year is just to get back in the Classic. I've sat on the sidelines the last couple of years, and it's cliche, but you can't win the Classic if you're not in it.
Jason Christie looking at his first championship Sunday.
I want to get back in the Classic, and I think from there, you know, just kind of let things take care of themselves. I spent a lot of years in my career, you know, chasing blue, chasing all these trophies and stuff, and I just want to go fun fishing. I want to fish for fun, and you know, if trophies happen, they happen. I just want to get back to where fishing is super fun to do as a job.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Championship Sunday here on the Tennessee River, this guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite. Story the same for all 4 days. It is, of course, the championship today, and the man in charge still, Jeff Gustafson, took charge early on day number 1, drew up the perfect game plan, and what's more important, he has executed it perfectly, and that is the key to success out here. Oh, the music's here, Z. What's happened?
The music means only one thing, my friend. The Power Pole replay of the day, it's not from today. Steve Kennedy laying that jig down and going to a bladed jig, falling water in an area that he said that water falling had a little bit of milfoil on the bank. Well, when that water dropped, it led a bunch of big bass out to some isolated wood. Oh, just like a snake he's slithering, and like a cat he is stalking. Hey, Steve Kennedy, how about big bass on day number 3, 6 pounds and 5 ounces? You are, my friend, the Power Pole replay of the day of the week. Yes, sir.
The first 20-pound bag of the week as well, biggest bag of the tournament.
That is the first time in the history of the Power Pole replay of the day that we went back in time.
Yeah, time travels in the toolbox now, apparently. Good stuff, Mark Zona. And we will be checking in on Steve Kennedy today. What he did yesterday, it demands that we pay attention to him today.
Steve Kennedy just around the corner from John Cox in the IC King area.
It seemed like every time they called me on that Skype yesterday, I'd catch one. And but yeah, I was about ready to leave when they called me. And but yeah, I kept fishing around the corner. There was one log out there in the middle that I'd run the boat over the top of. So yeah, they called me. I made the cast, and sure enough, that was where that 6.5 was sitting. But and catching them on a little chatterbait. I've been catching them on a jig, but with the overcast, they're not sitting in that perfect spot. They're kind of more in chase mode. So chatterbait's been working a lot better. I missed one right here. I missed 2 over 3 right here yesterday, so maybe we can get us one real quick.
Steve Kennedy made the comment, the warm night and the falling water has helped him big time.
That big log was completely submerged yesterday. It's changed a bunch. Water has dropped at least half a foot.
Give it a little shake.
So they're not going to be sitting in the exact
lift it a
same
little
places.
bit, and that kind of triggers them to
We're gonna
bite.
figure
Some of
it
them
out.
just come on there, and it's like whack. It's almost like getting a punch in the arm. They hit it so hard.
Oh, I'd like to have Gussie really describe that area today if we can.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
The key to this
fascinating
whole
what
area
he's been
to me
able to
is
do
this
in this.
milfoil. There's just a very little bit in the water now. I had 2 or 3 bites off of it yesterday, but
There's a look at that
probably gonna be too
milfoil.
shallow today.
Which is it's a
And that
type
is
of
rare.
grass, Z, right?
Right. That is rare on this body of water to have that
Yeah.
vegetation. And
This time of year, the water is down, obviously. So all the hydrilla and milfoil is dead on the bank. And these fish are just looking for something to get on. So any kind of isolated piece of wood out here is pretty likely to have a fish on it. Not everyone, but when you find one with the right depth on it. Sometimes he's there. And he's big. See? And that's what we got to remember right here. Look down right in there. See that log? I ran the boat over it just now, but that's where he's going to be sitting. We'll get one there before the end of the day. I had no idea that was there.
gosh, Gussie with another non-keeper. Davey Height dropped me a text a minute ago and said a lot more non-keepers today for Gussie down on the bottom end of Fort Loudoun.
That's the toughest thing, Z. 18-inch limit for smallmouth compared to
Right.
14. We said he could go and have his best day of numbers all week, but they could be 17 3/4, 17 5/8, and not make the mark that he has to have.
Which is it's a big bass that you have to let go. I mean, that's the unique thing here with an 14-inch limit for largemouth and spotted bass, and that real X factor is that 18-inch limit. And so many of the locals that dominate here before this tournament, I said, can you do it only on smallmouth? They said, next to impossible to catch 4 days of over 18-inch smallmouth here this time of year. I think it's really cool listening to Steve Kennedy. There's not a lot of vegetation on Fort Loudoun. We saw a little bit of it back in the 2019 Classic. And he said when that water fell and he could see that vegetation on the bank, like that shot that we had a minute ago, with that water falling, it would suck those bigger bass out to just little isolated pieces of wood. And he said yesterday, almost every single piece of wood outside of that vegetation had a big one on it.
see in both pictures, a little bit of breeze starting to pick up out there. We're expecting more of the same throughout the course of the day. Big contrast to yesterday when there was zero breeze.
We're going to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, Tommy. And every single professional sport has a fantasy sports aspect to it. In the Bassmaster Elite Series, professional fishing is no different. We have Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. And so how you do it, there's 5 different buckets ranked on how the anglers have done this season. The best guys after the first event are in the top bucket, bucket A, and it goes down from there. The guys who didn't have the greatest event are in the bottom bucket. And you pick a guy per event. And if you've picked one of these 3 anglers, you're doing very well this week, because there are bonus points that can be handed out for good performances. And it's for catching the biggest fish of the event, catching the biggest weight of the event for a single day, the biggest bag, and for leading the event. You get 5 points every single day that your angler leads. For Jeff Gustafson, it's been wire to wire. Day 1, 2, and 3, he's the leader. If he carries it home today, he will have 20 extra points going to his tally. Brock Mosley caught the biggest bass on day 2. His final cast of the day, a 6-pound, 10-ounce largemouth, biggest single fish of anyone in the field. 40 extra points going to him. And then Steve Kennedy yesterday, that game-changing bag, 20 pounds, 14 ounces. The only angler, I believe, that's almost 3 pounds heavier than the second biggest bag of the week. So that 20-pound bag for Kennedy, an X factor, and that'll get you bonus points if you have him on your roster for fantasy fishing. And it shows percentages of how those guys do and whatnot as well. And when we look at the top 10, if you picked any of the anglers that are fishing today's final day, you picked a good one, because it is one of the stoutest top 10s we've seen in the last couple of events. Elite Series wins, they've had 12 of them. That's the professional, that's the top level Elite Series wins. Of our 10 anglers, 12 combined victories there. The Opens are our second level of competition. 5 wins between those 10 anglers. 101 top 5s in Bassmaster competition. 184 top 10s. 1 Angler of the Year trophy. 2 Rookie of the Years. And from our college series, we have 3 former college anglers fishing on the final day today. So it is a stacked field from top to bottom based on career accomplishments and what they're doing this week out on the water. But that was,
wow.
Hey, if you picked any of those guys in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, you're in a good position.
How heavy was the traffic on Gustafson before the tournament started?
About 3%, same as Card.
Okay.
Those 2 guys are 2 of the most underrated picks.
Yeah.
He is the Hugh Jackman of fantasy fishing, no doubt about it. Going to get back out to John Cruz live.
There he is. Kidding me. Yeah. That had some weight to it right there. I caught a glimpse of it. I couldn't identify any kind of size, but I got to do something with them hooks.
Well,
I know they're probably just snapping at it.
Got to avoid the mistakes on this day if you're trying to catch Jeff Gustafson. And man, every time that happens, you know you've lost a little ground.
We have seen that quite a few times during this tournament. Critical misses. Going to head back up Fort Loudoun right now. Jason Christie, 1 fish in his live well, fishing just outside of the little river area.
I didn't get a good hook in him. There we go. Stay up off that.
I was just getting ready to say that we need to leave because the water dropping has taken all the rock out of play, but I did not get a good hook. He surprised me.
All right, picking up for Jason Christie here. Christie moving from 9th place all the way up to 5th place during the course of this morning.
You really feel with this weather that we have, warm, muddy water, one of those specialists, John Cox, a Greg Hackney, possibly a Jason Christie. See John Cruz in a lot cleaner water. You just feel like we're going to see another big largemouth stringer here on Championship Sunday.
Oh, well, This is the big day. Somebody's going to have to find a big, big stringer in order to overtake our leader. We'll see if anyone can make some headway on that when we return. All of our anglers out here today on Championship Sunday have been working hard with great results all week, building up points. Points is how you get into the World Championship. In this case, it's going to be the 2021 edition of the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook, coming up from Texas, Lake Ray Roberts, the host city of Fort Worth, Texas, June 11th, 12th, and 13th of this year. Ray Roberts, a great, well-respected lake full of big bass. Of course, Fort Worth, Texas, just a great town to visit on any day, and it's the heart of bass fishing country, and man, we just can't wait to get there, making plans to get to the Classic. Back out to Jason Christie.
Be some big ones caught in that tournament. Jason Christie with 2 fish in his live well.
Going to come from, but it's just one of those, do you stay or do you go?
3/4 ounce Booyah spinnerbait, number 5 Colorado played.
I think we're going to stay. All these are just fat.
He is one of the best with a spinnerbait. Asked him, I said, why did you go to a 5 instead of a 6? And he said, I actually wanted to work that bait a little bit faster. We usually see him with a bigger blade on his spinnerbait this time of year. We talked about flurries.
Back to back. A little better.
Yeah.
Never even got a hook in him.
It's like that. You go to from nothing in the live well to 4 fish.
Just, there's nothing like just that. That's why I'm addicted to this spinnerbait, this slow rolling. You feel that big old blade just dun, 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 and it just stops. And eventually, there's going to be a big one get a hold of it. And I can fish it up there in a foot, 4 foot. Normally most people, they'd probably be throwing a half. But with this water cold, I still want to move it decently quick. So even up here in this shallow water, I'm throwing a 3/4. Just where I can keep it up and keep it moving and not go real slow. But we can't leave. Yeah, you don't know what's going to pull up.
Well, you're looking at one of the best in the world with that bait. Cut his teeth in Oklahoma, almost.
I hope people don't watch that fish catch because I felt like I was goofy. Like he hit me weird and I didn't get a good hook on him.
He can't leave, but we've got to leave for a second here. We got to keep Steve Kennedy honest. Did so much great work yesterday and so much promise today. We got to check in on him early and often.
Steve Kennedy right now. 1 fish in his live well. Just around the corner from Jason Christie. Getting a good look at that isolated wood. Kennedy said yesterday, those little pieces of wood, every one of them had a big one on them.
Lost the rod. Was that awkward or what? Oh my goodness. I got him, but I told you that's where he's gonna be sitting, that log. We just saw it when we went by earlier. So it's out here in about 3 foot of water. I knew that's where those fish had to move to, but that was some of the most awkward stuff I've ever seen. You ought to get a good laugh out of that. Oh, I got him. I did. It almost went in the water. He was so far out, I wasn't expecting a bite at that point. It weighed 210 on my scale, so call it 211. My scale weighs. Where are you? Ooh, there you go. Yes, sir. Sorry, I called my shot at least. Come on, give me some credit here.
Jason Christie made the comment his fish catch was awkward. No, that one right there.
I almost ran over.
You watched his
again.
hands. If you rewind, it's like he did not know what to do with his hands right there.
Not again. Okay. You're on that theme this week, see.
Absolute, as the kids would call it, that was a hot mess, right? And a good fish for Steve Kennedy.
Jason Christie not proud of his catch, and Steve Kennedy, well, maybe not the best for him either, but they're going to take both of those good, solid fish right there as the largemouth guys in Fort Loudoun keep prospering a little bit right now. And we bring in Dave Mercer, and Dave, we look at the prospect of, well, still our number one story, Jeff Gustafson of Canada, threatening to become the third year we have an international champion on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he's one of your countrymen, Dave Mercer. So fill us in on some of the essentials on a man they call Gussie.
Gussie, an amazing angler, and really nobody in Canada, or nobody that's been lucky enough to be his friend, is shocked by this, guys. He is literally we call Brendan Prolnick the prodigy. Well, that's what Gussie was in his part of the world, and I think you're seeing that prodigy play out here this week. And what I mean by that is it's absolute dominance. The technique that Gussie is fishing is, as we talked about all week long, that's the way he loves to fish. But it's a technique that really most anglers can do in any situation. Like on a regular lake, you can do that. But to do it in current like Gussie is doing, and I think that's really why you saw him set himself aside from everybody. This is one of those techniques that you can literally stand beside somebody on the boat that can show you where to drop your bait. And if you just don't have all those hours of experience doing it, you're not going to get a bite. I mean, you can literally have two people side by side and have totally different results. But we've seen that several times this week with Gussie.
Dave, you call him the Canadian snow leopard, number one, a beautiful, mystical creature. But I'm going to throw it to you. If you look at 9 out of our top 10 anglers really doing the same thing, largemouth fishing very close to the bank. For somebody watching on FS1, talk to them about how rare it is that a guy can dominate like Gussie in his tournament, doing something nobody else really has found.
And not just nobody else has found it, but something that a lot of people talked about coming into this. You know, I heard from a lot of people that could come into play in this event, that particular way of fishing. So rare to have found something that nobody else in the field has found. But to keep it together on a river that is synonymous, the only thing that it is synonymous with is inconsistency. And to keep it together at this point, and it's amazing. I mean, and you know, just when you think it's going to be easy, we get the fog delay this morning. But guys, to give you an idea of how good a person Gussie is, I mean, sure, the Canadians love him. I mean, they're going to love him. I mean, the Canadians love everybody. But it's not often you're standing there at Championship Sunday with an angler in third place who happened to be John Cox. I'm standing there. We're a few minutes away from takeoff. And we looked up at Gussie, and he's like, man, I feel bad for Gussie, you know, to go through this. He's like, I sure hope he catches him. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, if you go catch 25 pounds, you're going to break his heart. And he's like, man, I feel horrible. I said, but you'd still do it, but he'd feel horrible. But How often in any competitive sport do you hear an angler 2 spots back, literally cheering for Gussie? And that is not a mistake. That is because of the person that he is and just how good he is.
Well, everyone out there on the Elite Series to a person will tell you what a nice guy, a truly nice guy Jeff Gustafson is.
Yeah, and I definitely got my wires crossed. I thought Mercer called him the Canadian snow leprechaun.
Yeah,
Not true. He is the
wrong.
Canadian snow leopard. And we did a lot of research here in the last 24 hours to learn exactly what a Canadian snow leopard is. Number one, extremely. No, that's not
wrong. That's the wrong.
Look at the.
That's not.
Look at the rainbow. What does that mean?
That is. I like
Look at the tail coming out of it.
Oh my gosh.
What does it mean?
There, that one's a little bit more true to life. Okay.
Good stuff right there.
Yeah. Top shelf comedy right there.
What does it mean?
Yeah.
It's exactly what it is. That is complete train wreck, kind of like that fish catch from Steve Kennedy.
Oh, train wreck or not, boy, you bring in a good bass into the boat today. Championship day. Shot of adrenaline like no other. Get you a little bit closer to one of those hard to get blue trophies that mark a champion on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Gussie getting closer and closer with every passing minute. Guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee River. Thank you for being with us here on Championship Sunday. Hope your Sunday is going well. We're seeing one of the great performances in the world of fishing in very tough conditions on the part of Canadian Jeff Gustafson on this day. Got his lead up there. Actually, a little bigger lead than he had to start the day. John Cox has made a little jump up the leaderboard. Steve Kennedy, who started in second, still waiting to fill out his limit. He's got a good bit of work yet to do. All these guys have a good bit of work to do. It's going to have to be, in fact, miraculous work if they want to run down Jeff Gustafson.
Wow.
Just perfect this tournament, and conditions are changing.
2 fish in Gussie's live well. This is the first time we have seen that much wind in the canal between Fort Loudoun and Tellico.
Is that good for Gussie?
Looks like it.
Wow.
This one's gonna be. Oh yeah, that's a big one, baby. Oh, come here.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
That was not pretty, but I think we got us another keeper. Oh, it's kind of windy. Oh, boom, 19.5 incher, skinny, but yes. Oh. That might have been the ugliest fish catch of all time, but it's in my live well.
It is gassing.
A little bit wild and woolly out there right now, and a wild and woolly fish catch right there, but one that counts nonetheless. The march of Jeff Gustafson continues out there. Our own Davey Hyde out there in the wind as well. And Davey, we had a little bit of wind, steady wind on day one, nothing since then. Man, this is a major change in what these guys are dealing with out there. What is this going to mean for Jeff Gustafson's fishing?
Well, number one, a lot of the people that are fishing for largemouth said the windiest day they've had all week was Monday, the first day of practice, and they said they caught them really well. So that's just another thing that should help those fishermen that are targeting the largemouth. Boat control, I've heard Z talk about quite a bit, and is so crucial to what Gussie is doing. It's very, very difficult now. The wind's blowing 15 to 20 miles an hour, and with the current and the wind, for Gussie to be able to really get exactly on his waypoints, exactly where he has specific boulders marked, is very, very difficult. That last fish he caught was crucial because he had caught about 5 or 6 smallmouth bass that were not the minimum length of 18 inches, so he had to release them. It'd been quite a while since he had a keeper bite, and you could see even landing the fish becomes more difficult when you're out in these winds like this. But that third fish, very, very crucial for him. He's getting to the point now where it'll make it really, really tough unless Steve Kennedy has a day like he had yesterday, or maybe even a little better.
Davey, if you can, for our folks that are watching on FS1, if you can kind of just describe what that bottom looks like. This is not just an aimless area, very, very specific objects.
Yeah, and I might even have a chance to look at our down imaging on our Humminbird graphs here in just a little bit, maybe another segment. But there's boulders, and if you look at a shoreline away from me there, you could probably see the shoreline looks a lot like the bottom here. There's rock, but you have larger boulders. Some are larger. They're different shapes. They're different sizes, and there's always some current here. The wind really has picked the current up this morning more than it was before the wind. The amount of water they're pulling through the dam right here, all those things determine what kind of currents you're going to actually have. And those smallmouth set up usually behind. Sometimes they'll actually set up on the front side of a boulder, but the current means everything where those fish set up, and there's specific ones that those smallmouth like to use because they can just sit there and basically rest with the current going by them, over them, or around them, and they're real close to an ambush point where they can ambush those threadfin shad that with the water temperatures low like they are, they're very sluggish and some even dying off. And that's what Gussie has been able to figure out, the exact boulders. There's a quarter-mile stretch, thousands and thousands of rocks, but he's figured out 3 or 4 in particular that hold those smallmouth bass.
Davey, good stuff, helping us understand what's going on underwater and the winning effort, as far as we know right now, in this tournament. Second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And this one right here, this third keeper for Jeff Gustafson, gets him close to, well, boy, he's rolling up on 60 pounds right now. And Mark Zona, I don't think many people were predicting 60 pounds for this tournament.
Absolutely not. You would have thought at the beginning of this event that it was going to take about 40 pounds to win this thing. And really on pace for a bigger winning catch than we would have seen in that Bassmaster Classic had it been 4 days long. The other side of it is the last 2 weeks, you cannot stress this enough. The last 2 weeks in this country, that brutally cold air that came across the country, that was Gussie's biggest friend for this tournament, because guaranteed, if it would have got warm, guys like this, John Cox, our largemouth fisherman, more than likely would have dominated in this tournament.
Cox now finds himself almost 12 pounds behind our leader. He's in second place behind Gustafson. Suits, you were gesturing wildly over there. Did you have some?
Well, I wanted to ask Davey maybe to explain why smallmouth need to be 18 inches and we can take spotted and largemouth bass that are 14 inches.
Okay.
And I asked him the other day about the populations of both species in the lake and the growth rates, and he said that that's kind of both why the Game and Fish would set smallmouth at 18 inches.
And John Cox, 4 fish in his live well, looking for his 5th limit fish.
If Gussie doesn't catch another one, Cox and Kennedy both need about 20 pounds to catch him.
There's number 5.
Wow.
Number 5, right where I missed that guy. Boy, that wind's really starting to blow. Push some current through here. Maybe it'll get them all out of that ditch there. And get them on them corners. We'll catch the crap out of them. Hope so.
And as we've seen it, there is a 20-pound bag to be had out there from our largemouth fisherman. Just around the corner, Steve Kennedy. What? That is a disaster.
That's some gold right there. Any means necessary. Whatever works.
We have seen some disastrous fish catches today.
No,
I mean, just absolute mess.
Oh my gosh, slippery.
It's so ugly.
Championship Sunday nerves, that's all we can attribute it to. But it works, it puts fish in the live well. We'll be back. Today on Fox, it's the second major championship of the PBA Tour. With the Tournament of Champions, the stakes are higher, the emotions run deeper. That's today, 1 p.m. Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Well, that is a group of assassins right there, my friend.
Absolutely. Boy, there's some bad dudes when they get to rolling.
Yes, there's no doubt about it.
Doubt about that. Jeff Gustafson of Canada, looking to be our third international winner in 3 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. It'd be the first Elite Series championship for Jeff. Jeff, a very talented guy from north of the border up there. John Cox from Florida, catching them steady today. Got to catch some big ones. Got to run into a bunch of big ones in order to give Jeff some serious challenge. Keep him from getting his hands on that trophy. Wonderful competition and just a great job, just an inspiring job by Gustafson all week long. Let's get down to Hunter Shryock. He's having a great week himself.
Yeah, really, Hunter Shryock's lived in this creek the entire
A little bit more
week.
windy.
Two main keys. Number one, he has caught all of his fish off shallow rock, repetitive casts. And he said, Tommy, wherever he sees birds, whether herons, grebes, wherever he sees birds, wherever those shad, when they get up shallow, that is how. And the other side is, we talked to guys like Scott Martin. The biggest key in this tournament, getting in one of those flurries and making repetitive casts to isolated rock. Slow day so far for Hunter Shryock, but a consistent week. Really, his worst day was day number one. Caught just under 9 pounds, but slowly increasing that weight, and he's lived in this creek the entire event.
We've had some big days for Hunter on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Let's take you back to that magic year of 2019 we keep going to. This was Lake St. Clair. Far cry from what we're fishing on right now. Very different conditions, but Hunter really handling himself well.
Yeah, good day of good event on Lake St. Clair. And really the last couple of years, looking at what he did on Lake St. Clair, another good smallmouth tournament up on the St. Lawrence River last year. Hunter Shryock grew up in Ohio, fishing the waters of Lake Erie for deeper water smallmouth.
Great finish in the northern swing in 2019 for Hunter Shryock, who has done well in a lot of diverse plays. He is a versatile guy. We've seen him do great at Winyah Bay there, Tidal, South Carolina, coastal South Carolina.
Right, and Winyah Bay, another tough fishery. Growing up in Ohio, outside of Lake Erie, Ohio's lakes, I mean, they are very, very tough. Made the comment to us on day number 2. He is absolutely, he said, this is phenomenal fishing to a lot of the lakes he cut his teeth on.
John Cox found a little pocket out of the wind there for the moment. Going to be hard to avoid if it keeps getting more insistent like it has been steadily over the past 45 minutes.
And where you see John Cox, there's been so many fish throughout this tournament caught by other competitors in that area. And really the drop in water has sucked a lot of the bass that were in the back of that creek, what the locals call Icy King, to that exact bridge.
I heard John kind of laying it out for us. He says, bring that wind on, keep that water moving under that bridge. I'm going to work those corners as those bass get set up there.
Let me set, if you look at that 4 box right there, the lower end of all of these reservoirs is always the deeper, clearer water, like you see Jeff Gustafson, Hunter Shryock, kind of like in that mid-lake zone where it's decent visibility, you know, what you would call perfect colored water. As you get further up the lake towards Knoxville, the dirtier, shallower, dirtier water. John Cox and Jason Christie Greg Hackney and Steve Kennedy have concentrated the whole tournament. Hunter Shryock's been fishing a suspending jerkbait and a Berkeley Fritz side crankbait the entire event. And this is the first time this week during competition we've seen this much wind.
Mm-hmm. John Cox has lived in that color water, albeit not with this sort of wind. And he's, as I said, he welcomes this wind here and really looking on point as he moves through this kind of key area of his. Biggest limit of the day so far, John Cox.
Oh, and that is going to be the Mercury move of the day. John Cox getting in one spot and doing a lot of work today. And hey, before this tournament started, we had a camera with John Cox on day number one. We talked to him before this event. He said, oh, it is so miserably slow. I'm getting 1 or 2 bites a day. That warm rain, warm nights. John Cox putting a solid limit in the boat today. He's going to need some big ones to press Jeff Gustafson.
There we go, keeper.
Biggest limit of the day so far, 5 fish unofficially for about 10.5 pounds, all of them on a Berkeley Fritz side crankbait, changing up colors a little bit here today. That is going to be your Mercury move of the day so far. And all of these fish catches, you can't really tell, all of these fish catches are really within just a 50-yard stretch at most.
Getting warmer every day out here, but the first 2 days of this tournament, I mean, you characterize them as straight ahead winter fishing, Mark Zona. It's kind of changed now, although the wind's starting to pick up. It's a little more wild March sort of situation here.
John Cox with a lot of history on the Tennessee River, dominates on Lake Chickamauga just downstream from here. When we talk about flurries on Fort Loudoun, that is a very good look at that. Started at about 9 o'clock. Really, John Cox came out firing right after our fog delay. Those fish catches right there, that is going to be your Mercury move of the day.
Talk about how close they are together. See, there's a good representation of it.
And really, that's where he's done his damage the entire tournament. And it just seems like every single day, that little spot right there definitely reloads for John Cox. That's your Mercury move of the day.
John Cox hanging
like
in
the
there.
road kind of sags right there. And then...
Yeah. John Cox currently in second place, but still, boy, better part of 10 pounds behind our leader, Jeff Gustafson. Gustafson with 3 keepers in the boat now. He's still got 2 to go to a 5-fish limit here, so it's looking good for the man who's trying to hang on and win it wire to wire.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Tennessee River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, and by Toyota.
Championship Sunday. 10 anglers left in this guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite here. Knoxville, Tennessee on the Tennessee River, Fort Loudoun and Tellico. Our leaderboard shows Jeff Gustafson. That's been the story since day number 1. This Canadian came down here and Man, really went to work with a winning vision of how to nab his first trophy on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He is getting it done today. He's got 3 keepers in the boat. Might be all he needs, but he's going to be working as hard as he can to put 5 18-inch or bigger smallmouth in the box. And that size, that species, has been the key to his dominance.
He's led a couple of events before, never could pull it off. 2019 Lanier had the big bag
First
on
day.
1, and then he could only muster 2 fish on day 2, fell to 48th place, missed the cut. And then Cayuga, he led days 2 and 3.
You can definitely tell where he shines. Whenever he can just stay in deep water, he is a big factor here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Will it measure?
Come here. Come on. That should be good. Be close. Come on, baby. Oh, I think it's gonna make it, but just barely. Yeah. 18 and a little
Has to
bit.
be 18 inches.
All right.
Keeper number 4 for Jeff Gustafson.
Man on a mission, no doubt about that. And going through a lot of shorts today as well, probably more than he did on days 1 and 2.
You know, you look at the beatdown that we had in our season finale on Lake Fork with Patrick Walters. He destroyed the competition doing something that nobody else found, forward-facing sonar, and figured out just how to catch a ghost fish, you know, a largemouth on Lake Fork, that suspending fish, the guy's just almost impossible to do. But you see what Gussie has done here with that 18-inch size limit. And we've done everything we can to manufacture drama that guys are going to hang with him. And maybe that fog delay, maybe is going to help us out. He has beat this field down this week.
It's been emphatic and nonstop.
And he, in a tournament that's been
I'm gonna
this
fish
tough,
this boat dock right
okay?
here, and then we're gonna crank up and move. Well, the first thing I'm gonna have to do is I got to take care of some business before we move, and then we're gonna move.
In really, really tough Bassmaster events, Tommy, we talked about this before this tournament. We said, well, yeah, it's going to be tough, but the great thing is it'll be close by Championship Sunday. Nobody saw this coming. All of our tough events are usually a horse race down to the last hour.
Sure. Yeah, this was the last one you thought would be a tsunami. He just got one small 1.5-pounder in the boat. Hasn't really lit up for him today.
Greg Hackney, your current Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year leader. Back-to-back top 10s. You know, if you're just joining us here on FS1, practice was so brutal. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday was the official practice. We got to talk to our MC, Dave Mercer, Davey Height. A lot of this 100-man field mentally was out of this event before it started. Practice was so brutal.
That last fish Gussie caught was a 3-pounder, gives him 61 pounds, 3 ounces. He's more than 12 pounds ahead of John Cox, who now needs like a 23-pound bag to tie.
Which is absolutely doable. or possibly not. No, Gussie, I mean, one more keeper smallmouth. He has pitched a perfect game.
Now, Z, did he tell you last night how he found this area?
Honestly, I think it was a Hail Mary. He found it later in the I really think later in the day on Wednesday's practice is when he found these fish in the last few hours. Days 1 and 2, he tried to do what you see Greg Hackney, guys like Steve Kennedy, John Cox, because that's how you fish here. If you looked at the Bassmaster Classic from 2019, what Greg Hackney's doing, Jason Christie, Steve Kennedy, that's what guys were coming here to do. Shallow water, power fishing. And I really think Gussie, after days 1 and 2, he just never got on that bite and went to his fastball, which is fishing deep water, light line, chasing smallmouth. I think his tough practice days 1 and 2 are why he is sitting here now, because he just threw a Hail Mary in practice on Wednesday.
We saw some guys in 2019 at the Classic here make some, limited campaigns to go full smallmouth, and boy, they just had to give up after a while because it's just so hard to do. You can't lean on it, you can't rely on it. But like you say, Jeff Gustafson had nothing else going, and that was something that worked in his favor.
If you put it into football terms, this is a 35-7 win. The way it's setting up right now. We talked about it this morning. If you put it in golf terms, he's going to win by 15 strokes.
That's going to be the last cast.
Let's head back up north and east. Our first time we've gotten to check in with Brock Mosley. Mosley kept himself in the top 10 for most of this week, but not going today.
Been fishing a few hours and been working my way down river and noticed, the water's dropped tremendously since yesterday. I've only had one or two bass bites. I had one hooked up on my flat earlier on the rattle trap and it just pulled off. Since the water's dropped, I'm just trying to hit new areas and just keep an open mind and fish areas where I know fish live and see if we can run into a few. I'm in a place I hadn't been to all week just because I know how much pressure has been getting. So now there's only 10 of us out here. I figured I'd come give it a try. But like I said, the water's dropped so much that just trying to, kind of make the right adjustment. This place changes every day, and last night was no different. It threw us a curveball. Upriver has dropped more than it has down here, but I'm trying to hit places I know they back up to when the water drops, like bridges, and like right now I'm in a ditch with flats all around, just seeing if fish had pulled up in these deeper holes and stuff like that. Just another day in a grinding tournament with changing conditions. Just kind of keep an open mind and keep fishing. Look at all the bait fish. This place is full of shad.
Brock Mosley catching 14-10 on day 2, anchored by one just under 7 pounds that he caught in the last 5 minutes.
Really had a good first couple of days.
If you notice this, Tiger Woods has his special color, red, on the final day to seal the deal, and Brock Mosley's jersey you see in his headshot is red and white. On the final day, he's donning a different color. I'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Wow.
I'm gonna snag something. Oh, it's a big old bass. It's a big old bass. Come on, baby. Come here, baby. Come here.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. There we go. There we go. Oh my gosh. Oh, I thought it was a big drum. It was down there spinning. Oh. Oh.
All right. John's going to show us how you improve your weight after you've already got yourself a limit. You catch one that's bigger than what you've got in the you've got in the box, then you just go ahead and make the exchange.
I thought for sure it was a drum.
That's the max, Tommy. You know, you can only have 5 fish in your live well at one time. He has 5. He's going to throw back that small one, put in that one, and that's what you do. That's the name of the game, to grow your weight throughout the day.
Good one right there for John Cox. Came into this tournament, said it was going to be his worst finish of the year. Don't put a camera on him. He has been, besides Gussie, he has been a show this week.
Hey, hats off to John Cox for pushing hard every day of this event, all day long.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Bassmaster Elite Series, 9 events taking you all across the country to New York in the summertime. Our next stop number 3, going to be right here on the Tennessee River. We're at the upper end now. We go almost to the next to the last impoundment on the Tennessee River, Pickwick Lake, in our host city of Florence, Alabama. A lot of bass fishing history there. March 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st. Should be prime, Z.
Really, if you look at Pickwick and the tournament after that, Lake Fork, more than likely those could be 2 of the bigger weight events on the Bassmaster Elite Series schedule this season. Definitely Pickwick, we're going to see some giants. No, we're not. We're going to see giant smallmouth and largemouth in that tournament.
Jeff Gustafson, if you're just picking up with us, has dominated this tournament from start to finish. Sort of designed the winning campaign, and what's harder to do is execute it, and he's done that.
I guarantee you Hackney is blown away how tough it has been. He is just across the river from John Cox, who's unofficially in 2nd place. Had a really solid practice. Wasn't getting a lot of bites, but the quality was there, and saw that on days 1 and 2 with Hackney, but it's definitely disappeared.
That time didn't hit any of them, so we're gonna just slide over a little to the right here, and we should hit them this time. Yeah, the wind's making it tough. Just it's crazy. Like if I don't hit right on these dots, I'm not catching very many. The first day I thought it was kind of random, and I don't know if they were just biting a lot better because of the sun, or they just hadn't been fished yet, or what. But it's definitely important to hit these dots right on. So I kind of missed them that time. So the wind, there's a lot of current here between that and the wind. Just trying to figure out how to line up on these things to drift over them. And like I said yesterday, I think that there's some rock down there, and I think these fish are just sort of hiding behind them, just out of the current a little bit. And if you can kind of drift right over them perfectly, that's when you catch them.
Jeff Gustafson giving us some of the finer points of what he's doing here, which is obviously a winning combination as our Humminbird unlocked the lake for now.
Yeah, if I'd have had my preference, it's just not getting it. I can feel it, like they're just swatting at it.
As this tournament's gone along.
Go ahead, Z.
How they've dropped the bottom out of this lake. This is no joke. We were watching Greg Hackney on day 1 catching a lot of fish out of laydowns, if you remember. He said yesterday they were about a foot out of the water, all of those laydowns that he caught those fish on day 2 out of.
Hackney said he was really wanting to find some wind, and then it got to the point when the wind started blowing that he was trying to find a place out of the wind, and that's kind of been, we've had sun, clouds, rain, dirty water, clean water, windy days, cold days. It's been all kinds of weather this week for these anglers and the water dropping, like you said, Z.
Everything but snow.
I was mentioning it last segment. Brock Mosley, bottom right of your screen. He's one of those 3 college anglers I mentioned that has made it to the pros through every level, and he's fishing on the final day. He doesn't have a red jersey for the final day like Tiger Woods because that's his standard color, but instead he's got his Ole Miss powder blue and white. That's where he went to school.
That's
where
right,
he fished
yeah,
for.
those
So
are
he
the-
said all the SEC fans will know why I switched up to this color if they know me, and that is because he went to Ole Miss.
Cox up there just caught a good one right before we went to break. Very, very white fish there that had obviously Mark Zona just moved up.
Yeah, and really looking at all those different styles of fishing right there, different watercolors. This whole tournament was a perfect storm for Jeff Gustafson. With, you know, we talked about it a little bit earlier in our broadcast. John Cox hooked up right here. Small fish. We talked about it earlier. That front that came across this country a couple weeks ago, and really the only state that it didn't affect was Florida. But temperatures got so brutally cold here. They didn't pull all that snow that the central United States and, you know, Texas got. They got more rain here, but it was a brutally cold rain that came across this lake, and it truly gutted the largemouth fishing. The largemouth fishing, talking to a lot of the locals, was solid here in January and the first part of February. But when that front came through, it put those largemouth, from talking to a lot of the guys through practice, it just put them in shock. And granted, it's got better as this tournament's gone along. We've got, you know, a rising water temperature, but it completely played into the hands of Jeff Gustafson to where, look, the way he's fishing is wintertime 101. And I guarantee you the one person that was benefited from that cold weather was your leader.
Yeah, Z, we were experiencing 38 to 40 degree water temperatures on Monday, the first day of practice, and now it's Championship Sunday, and Jake Whitaker says it's 55 degree water. That's 17 degrees in a week.
You know, and there was, with that weather, there was potential that this tournament was going to get postponed into March. And would Gussie have blown this tournament away if it warmed up and we were here in the middle of March? Absolutely not.
Well, from this foursome right here, including our leader, Jeff Gustafson, we're going to take it over to Brandon Card. So I'm catching a good one to start his day, and that remains the only keeper he has in his live well right now.
I'm fishing this right here.
Also one.
You just go around. That's what I'm fishing. Thank you.
Hunter Schrock, one fish in his live well.
I fish right.
Brandon Card hanging in there in 5th place, though. But a 21-pound deficit between him and the lead. That's how far it is, 1st to 5th.
This is one of the more recent, in the recent memory, dominating performances by Jeff Gustafson. To do it his way, wire to wire. We've had some dominating performances, but they weren't the day one leader. They maybe took the lead after day 2 or 3, and then they pulled away. But to do it this style and be the only one doing it, you really unlock something different that others that didn't just. And the fact that we saw people on day one fishing around him, and they're in the bottom 25% of our standings. You know, they didn't even get close to making the cut. That's crazy.
We actually, a couple minutes ago, talked about that, Ronnie, that this performance, the Patrick Walters performance, absolutely lapping the field.
Well, that wind making it a little bit more of a chore for these guys, but it's a labor of love. I mean, they're the best at it. And we have had a lot of fun today watching those guys, that is for sure. It'd be a big, giant lead for Jeff Gustafson, but we got some guys who never quit. No quitting these guys. They'll get back up and do it again. Not everything goes exactly as you draw it up, but for Gustafson, it pretty much has. Well, today, the best season ever continues as the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Homestead Miami Speedway for the Dixie Vodka 400. See who will rise up and take the crown at the season's first mile-and-a-half track. All the action starts today at 3:30 Eastern on Fox and anywhere on the Fox Sports app. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Enjoying some fishing right now for sure. We got some more to bring you live in the Tennessee River, the upper stretches of the Tennessee River, where we have 10 anglers left in Championship Sunday, all 9 of them chasing one guy who has dominated start to finish here. Jeff Gustafson.
Hunter Shryock living in Ish Creek throughout the entire tournament. A lot of checks got cashed out of that creek, and surprisingly, that creek did not get that much attention from our field this week.
Hunter making a little move up the leaderboard during the course of this day. A couple of positions, 2 in the boat right now. A little less than a 2-pound average.
That's a good one. Oh, that's a big one. Don't be a drum. I think it is. It's not. It's a bass. Be a bass. Come on, baby. It's pulling like a drum now. Be foul hooked. I'll take a foul hooked one. Oh, it's a drum. Don't be a drum. Be a big bass.
Is it a drum? It's not a drum. It is. It is.
It is a drum.
It's the Bassmaster Elite Series, not the Drum Master Elite Series. So we can't keep that one.
Yeah. Here's what we are looking for in this tournament. If you don't follow the Bassmaster Elite Series, largemouth, and really what a largemouth is just sloppy and a little bit more lazy than his cousins. He eats chicken wings, Tommy, buttered popcorn, and he likes shade. You know, he doesn't move around that much from there. His Velociraptor cousin hangs out with his friends, studies you while you study him. Generally, they like the deeper, clear water, but on this lake, they will definitely go shallow, as we saw in the Bassmaster Classic. And then you have, well, I said it yesterday, you have the spotted bass. And the spotted bass, I cannot stress this enough. We have all dated a spotted bass in college. What? Very, very hot, completely nuts. Those are your 3 species. Look, we all have. They're a great looking fish, but they're just crazy.
Sounds like everyone's circle of friends right there.
That's a bass. Better not be a drum. It's a drum. No, it's not. It's a big largemouth. It's not a big one, but he's gonna be close.
I don't know if he's gonna go. Yeah, he's kind of long. Close your mouth. He's tensed up. Oh yeah. He's gonna touch. I think he's gonna touch. Come on, dude. You're tensing up on me.
All right, that's a squeaker there at best.
Can't measure you like that, dude.
Is a line burner.
Line burner.
Gonna get over to Steve Kennedy. A little bit slower today. Biggest stringer of the tournament yesterday for Steve Kennedy. 5 bass, almost 21 pounds.
And to put that in perspective, the biggest bag other than that is 17-14. And
right.
the big, you know, the average bags below that, 13 to 14 pounds is great this week. Fantastic. So 20, almost 21, monumental.
Oh, yeah.
And on the 3rd day of the tournament.
Yikes. Yikes. He'll keep.
It's like a keeper for Steve Kennedy.
We need him. I'm getting greedy. I want a big one. It's time. Says 115. Call him 2 pounds. Keeper. I'll put him on my side. It's my little one. Number 3.
Steve Kennedy got 3 wins in his Bassmaster Elite Series career. First one came back all the way in 2007, second year of the Bassmaster Elite Series. That is the 5-fish limit that set the record. Set the record for 4 days of fishing. And it was just a thing
Really
of
what
beauty.
we learned with Steve Kennedy, number 1, throwing a giant swim bait throughout that tournament. And it's almost like every time he set the hook in that event, they got bigger and bigger. And we really learned Steve Kennedy targets individual giant bass whenever he's in an event, whether it's here. We've seen him do so good at areas like Lake Dardanelle. Steve Kennedy, one of the best big bass hunters on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Big swim bait had been around for a few years at that point, but boy, this one really brought it to prominence right here. And Steve Kennedy going to all the stores within 100 miles and cleaning them out of these things was part of the backstory as well.
Look at that 4-day total weight, 122 pounds, 14 ounces for 20 bass.
It just got silly after a while.
Well, that was a memorable tournament, to say the least.
That doesn't mean we won. But we're over the limit.
When I was at the Screen of Knowledge talking about 12 professional wins with our top 10 anglers combined this week, he has 3 of those.
Yep. Tremendous record. Go back down to Jeff Gustafson's area right here, and that's where we've been finding for the greater part of this week our own Davey Height. And Davey, you promised us a little bit of a tutorial in the electronics, the connection between what you see on your screen and what Jeff Gustafson is getting done out there. So we'll let you take it away.
Yeah, Tommy. So it's try to keep this under our hat, I guess, so to speak. But what Gussie has done, what's been so good for him, if you look here at my graph, and I have side imaging here, you have down imaging. Well, in this canal, there's areas where you have just a few isolated rocks, and then there's an area right here ahead of me. You see there's more and more rock. You see the different contours here? Well, these are obvious places that the smallmouth would want to be behind these big boulders you see here. So this stretch right through here, about the middle of the canal, has all this great cover here for these smallmouth to be. But that's not where Gussie's catching them. The current here is stronger because it gets narrower. These are perfect. This is what you look for. This is textbook. But it's not the right flow of current. What Gussie figured out that no one else figured out, if I come to this canal, I'm fishing right here, you see it's all perfect for these smallmouth to set up on, but there's too much current right here. So what Gussie has done, he's really spent his time on that very upper end, not as much rock, not as much cover, but where those fish want to be because of the speed of the current.
Davey, for somebody that doesn't follow the Bassmaster Elite Series, catching just smallmouth here, kind of explain why this is an only smallmouth gig. And really, he's not caught one largemouth all week, where they just don't live in that kind of cover and structure.
Well, the largemouth, they like more cover, less current. They love the vegetation. The milfoil is hard to find. That's what Steve Kennedy has found, even though a lot of that milfoil, because the water levels have fallen, is up on the shoreline. But Steve Kennedy is focusing on the next available cover, knowing that there would be a good population of largemouth around that good cover. Smallmouth quite different. They love current, but they're very sensitive. Sometimes they want a lot of current, which is typically water temperatures higher than this. And sometimes they want slow current, which is very, very common for the water temperature being in the 40s, which it has been all week. I know you guys have touched on it, but I can't emphasize enough. For this tournament to work out for Gussie, it had to stay cold, and those water temperatures have been cold for him in this current, 47, 48 degrees. Had it warmed up, maybe next week you might not be able to catch many smallmouth here at all because they would move on into those shallower areas. But it's worked out perfectly, and Gussie has done a great job, especially today with all this wind, being able to control his boat.
Davey, thank you so much. A good explanation and good pictures to accompany it as well. We just saw Gussie hook up with one here. Take a look at that one more time. He's looking for his fifth fish here.
Maybe. I think it's gonna be good. Oh.
For his
I needed
fifth
to
fish.
flip that one. We got a keeper, boys. Skinny, but. Woo! Oh no! Oh, it's not that big. I think it might make it, but it's not as long as I thought.
Has to just touch 18 inches.
No.
Very close.
Oh, I thought that was it.
Closing in on it for sure, Jeff Gustafson. I think that fish kind of seized up when he saw that oversized bump board there.
Yeah.
He tightened up a little bit.
You do want to see him catch one more smallmouth to say he caught 20 smallies over 18 inches and pretty much caught more smallmouth than the entire rest of the field combined.
Absolutely. Just a one-of-a-kind, singular performance. Jeff Gustafson showing us how it's done in this very specific way to catch them here on the Tennessee River. We'll be back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
So great to have you with us on this Sunday, this Championship Sunday, and what a championship we are witness to on this day. Canadian Jeff Gustafson leading it wire to wire, dominating this tournament from the very first day. A lot of valiant efforts to catch him have fallen short and remain short as he continues to stretch out his lead. Almost got his fourth five-fish limit in the boat.
Exactly, Tommy, and really, it's very rare to hear from another competitor that we did before this tournament started on Wednesday evening. Said, you'd better keep your eye on Gussie. He found something nobody else in this field has found, and he has mined it to perfection.
Which the wild thing with that, Z, is that Gustafson found something that no one else has and told his buddy about it.
That's right.
They shared that. They shared that knowledge. He's, you know, that's. You don't tell your secrets normally, but.
Back out live to Jeff Gustafson, looking for that. Still looking for that fifth fish, and he's got plenty of time to get the job done, but you know he's going to feel terrific once he gets his 4th 5-fish limit of this 4-day tournament in the boat.
God, it is blowing right there in on him, too.
Here we go. Let's see.
Come on. That's going to be close.
It's got to be 14. Excuse me, 18 to keep that smallmouth bass.
If this thing makes it, I'm going to yell. Everybody's yelling on shore. Okay, come on. I think we're good, but it's a line burner. Yeah. All right. Barely. Oh.
Line burner,
I'm
very,
not excited because I would
close.
like to get rid of these two that are that close. But we made it, so. All right.
That is an achievement right there.
That is. I'm still waiting for him to yell. Is
Yeah,
that what he calls
promised us a
Come
yell.
on, we need him hollering. That
hear
is such an impressive feat.
I want to hear that Canadian war whoop.
Well, he's probably caught more smallmouth in his 4 days of competition, him alone, than the other 99 pros in their 4 days of competition combined. I guarantee it. Impressive onslaught by Gustafson.
Got the perfect plan together. Jeff Gustafson coming down here looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series victory, and every half hour that ticks by here, and we're getting close to our allotted time here. Jeff Gustafson gets closer and closer, pretty much got 1 hand and a half on that trophy as we stand here right now. 10-pound lead over John Cox, Steve Kennedy, Jason Christie, all the rest of them. Great anglers all, but none of them, what they've done here this week, is even in the same league as what Jeff Gustafson has been able to pull off. Back live to our leader.
These guys are never satisfied with what they have. They want to always upgrade and do that, and at a certain point you'll see him want to maybe get closer back to Takeoff, because that is the deal. Those are unofficial weights because you have to take them back to volunteer landing, end up having the weigh in, and get them officially on the scale to count. So making it back is crucial. I feel like he's got some people who would definitely. Jake Whitaker is the only one down there. He'd probably pick him up.
Right, catch a ride.
Give him the gesture, but yes, that's always the fear. Got to catch him and make it back.
Yeah, you want to get everything buttoned up, take care of all the business. As far as 4 limits goes, he's done that business, and he's going to try to keep it. He just said, I'm going to keep trying to, I want to get those 2 that are really close to that 18-inch mark, line burners, if you will. I'd rather get them back in, like get 2 more solid 18-inchers in the boat, and who's to say he can't do that? You got to bet he's going to do that.
You know, a lot of our local help that we got before this tournament really called this and said the X factor is when you go down towards Tellico, could somebody crack the code on those 18-inch or better smallmouth? And I said, can it be done? Every single one of them. No, probably not. No, he has done something pretty incredible here. And you know, we talked about this yesterday, Tommy. A lot of people went off, you know, seeing the way they're catching them in this tournament. They went off of that 2019 Classic, exactly how those fish got caught. Shallow chunk rock banks, which more than likely kept a lot of anglers from looking for something like Gussie found.
Yeah, you got to think roughly the same time of year, the same place, you know, why not take that shortcut? Fashion your plan around that, but did not work out this time.
And really one other angler if you didn't follow our coverage on day one, and he's one of the best smallmouth fishermen in the world, is Chris Zaldain. He found that area.
Really good, but I'm in a bit here. I want to go measure these things again, just be real sure that we're good. I think they are, but it's sort of, you know, a little bit disappointing on the uncertainty there a little bit, but trying to just catch one or two more big ones here and get out of here.
God, it's blowing.
Yeah, it is definitely blowing. Tommy, did Gussie make the comment that he was really disappointed in the lead? But Chris Zaldain started this tournament 30 to 50 yards from Gussie and blanked, caught 0 bass. You know, Gussie made the comment that areas that he's fishing are so small and isolated. He said, man, if you miss it, those key boulders by 5 feet, you will never get a bite.
And Zaldain's a guy who's, you know, caught smallmouth better than the best of the best in Sturgeon Bay.
Absolutely.
You know, his big tournament win.
I mean, everywhere we go, a guy like Chris Zaldain is, when smallmouth are a factor, he is in the top 10, if not top 5.
Something to replay.
Don't see Brock put one in the boat here. Don't want anyone coming in empty-handed.
Just missed one.
Gonna pull the curtain back. Just got a text from Chris Zaldain. He said, hey, thanks for reminding me of day one. but here's what he followed it with. It was all technique, and I totally missed that technique that Gussie's applied.
Yeah, we would love for Chris to kind of get on that. I mean, to have these two out here dueling it out in this special spot on the lake would have been fantastic as well. But, man, Jeff Gustafson, just one-of-a-kind deal, obviously.
What's bad is I still feel like I can catch a limit. I might not get another bite. All right, let's shoot across that bank over there.
I had a good bite back there, and then I just did my whole drift like that. Brutal. All right, well.
We've just marked down a mistake for Jeff Gustafson right there. 4 days, 1 mistake. Not going to be too costly.
Doggone it.
Oh, Jeff Gustafson, what a display. What a clinic he has put on all 4 days of this tournament.
Slowly up the leaderboard, Jason Christie starting to make a little bit of noise.
Yeah, we'll be watching all these guys. There's plenty more fishing on the way before this is all said and done. Well, Matt, much appreciated. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to so much. I've seen so much. What a great sports Sunday it is right here. About to wrap up our coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee River. I think we've got a good idea of what that final result is going to be. Yet our anglers will fish until 3 o'clock. Bring all those fish back up here. Have the weigh-in at our host city. What a fantastic place. Knoxville, Tennessee, college town, technology town, and big-time sports town. The whole volunteer world is a huge segment of American sports, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is the second tournament that we have covered on Fort Loudoun and Tellico, and really coming to Knoxville the first time back in 2019. We've covered 2 events here now, and I don't know that there is a single body of water that we go to throughout the season that is so incredibly hard to stay consistent over 4 days.
Yeah, this is like the toughest racetrack on the earth right here.
It really is. Absolutely.
And that makes for good races.
That's why when one of the guys who knows this fishery better than anyone else says, yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery on this body of water.
Yes.
You just don't know what to expect.
You know, and that angler, Ott Defoe, who has more history on this body of water in professional events than anybody. If you looked at his weights in that tournament, you know, a 20-pound stringer, then the next day, 10 pounds, and then had a big final day, 18 pounds. For Gussie to go across the board over 15 pounds every single day of this event, I don't think anybody saw that coming in the entire field.
No, the only way Gussie doesn't hit 15 pounds fishing for smallmouth is if he doesn't bring in a 5-fish limit. It's like that 18-inch minimum ensures that if he gets those 5, that is his minimum weight is 14 to 15 pounds. Whereas that is, like we said earlier, 13 to 14 pounds is a great bag this week. So if his minimum is above a great bag, he's going to be 10 pounds ahead like he is.
But I really think, Ronnie, that a lot of the anglers in this field, knowing that it's an 18-inch size limit for smallmouth, 14 for largemouth and spotted bass, I think a lot of anglers purposely ignore smallmouth because what are the odds you're going to find a week's worth of 18-inch or better smallmouth? It's astronomical.
All of our guys giving it everything, and they will be doing so all day long. Of course, we had to spot the field, had to spot everybody. An hour and a half this morning, big time fog delay, but let's take a look at our Yamaha midday report and start with the man who has had the biggest 5-fish limit of the tournament, Steve Kennedy. Exciting.
Steve Kennedy with a big day 3, almost 21 pounds of largemouth in his boat. Not quite as fast today, fishing in the IC King area on Fort Loudoun. A pile of bigger stringers coming out of that region. Tennessee River this week. Steve Kennedy having a little bit of trouble finding some of those bigger largemouth they put on the scales yesterday.
An absolute giant yesterday, and John Cox, boy, since day one, he has been solid.
Yeah, and he's really just around the corner from Steve Kennedy, living on that bridge right there. He also made the same comment that Steve Kennedy made. He said, I feel like they are coming to me from the back of that creek right there and from the main river. Fishing about as dirty of water as we've seen this week on Fort Loudoun.
Early limit yesterday, early limit the day before. Got his limit today. Timely fashion. Again, after a delay for all the anglers.
John Cox living with a Berkeley Fritz side crankbait pretty much the entire tournament. The other thing about that area, there's been several quality bags caught in there, not only by John Cox, but many other competitors.
Come here, baby.
Good one came in about an hour ago. This one right here.
Come here. Come here. Come here.
Really?
There we go. There we go. He's not that big.
He's got to be pleased with his effort this week. I think everyone has to take into account that, boy, they were not going to match this guy.
That's a honey.
Blow for blow. There's just no way.
Jeff Gustafson, and look, this is the Gussie party. It's the Gussie celebration because it has been a beatdown since day one. Canadian angler so good at this technique, using his electronics, making a 35-mile run, and after that fog delay, just imagine having to sit through that fog delay knowing your best bite throughout this tournament was really the first 90 minutes every single day. Getting down to the bottom of Fort Loudoun where it connects to Tellico and getting it done here on Championship Sunday.
He's going to have a good idea of what that trophy looks like in his mind, and he will, in all likelihood, have the feel of it before too long. And coming up later today, he's going to try and upgrade some more, you can bet, during the course of the day.
He's going to try to pile it on, as you say, Tommy.
Why wouldn't he? Doing something he loves doing, too. I mean, that's always a help, too. It doesn't look, just from the back of the boat here as we watch him, like the most dynamic style of fishing on earth, but it involves a lot of elements that boy, you've got to get exactly right. It's got to be super satisfying when you can master it.
Absolutely.
It's just so weird to see someone vertically fishing over 20 to 24 feet of water and to see everyone else in the 4-box fishing chocolate milk as shallow as you can get for like on the same body of water. That's crazy.
It's like he's honestly on another body of water.
With the volatility of the way the fishing was this week, just up and down, inconsistent, I will admit I was wrong. I totally thought there would be an inconsistent day for Gussie where he catches 3 smallmouth, you know, like, and I hadn't said it because I'm rooting for anybody else to win. Yep. You say it because until you see someone show you consistency, you don't know what it looks like on this body of water.
It's so great being with you today, this morning, all morning long on FS1. The tournament continues in about an hour's time over on Bassmaster.com, also the Fox Sports app. Some great coverage for you. And the weigh-in comes up today. Also, Bassmaster.com at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We get to see our third international winner in as many years here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Never want to completely rule out anything, but hey, 99% all about Jeff Gustafson, as it has been for all of this tournament.
Did not see that leaderboard right there coming. No way did we see that coming before this event began.
Good stuff. Thank you for being with us. We'll see you next time.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Tennessee River is sponsored by Carhartt.
Final 3 hours of competition on Championship Sunday at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee River. And oh man, it is a challenging place to have a fishing tournament, and best place to challenge the best in the business, that is for sure. But one angler above all has risen above the fray. Jeff Gustafson of Canada comes in here. Look at that lead of 12 pounds now, maybe even a little more than 12 pounds. He has put together over the course of 4 days. Mark Zona, he has dominated from day one.
Oh, the Canadian snow leprechaun, and that is not a typo. He's got 63 pounds unofficially, and the best way to put it, it has been a beat. It was said there is no way this tournament, as tough as it was in practice, would take over 60 pounds, and Gussie has done exactly that.
Well, this is just day number 4, but he's been doing it for 4 days straight. Let's take a look at what happened this morning. You know, he had to go out there and at least catch one and get going. After a 1.5-hour fog delay, sitting on the dock there for 1.5 hours, man, getting after it once he got there.
Exactly right, and I mean, what a brutal deal for Gussie this morning. He's been catching most of his weight within the first 90 minutes. Well, he was sidelined. And Tommy, I hate to say it, a little bit, I think, of our thoughts was, well, maybe we could make a horse race of this. Well, he got down to the bottom end of Fort Loudoun, a 35-mile run, and basically he has just beat their brains in all week long. All smallmouth over 18 inches, which was said there was no way that could be done on Fort Loudoun and Tellico.
No one was predicting this at all. But it wasn't going to be the perfect pathway to win. It was just a fantasy thing, something you might dream of doing. They would say, as you said, Mark Zona, they would say it can't be done, but it can be done. We've seen it happen before our very eyes.
Yes.
And that's live now with Jeff Gustafson. Those are the highlights you just saw of his morning. Put a limit in the boat. He's got a couple who are very close to that 18-inch mark. So he's going to fish on, try to get a little more solid 18-plussers in the boat there. Just get everything buttoned up. Dot all the I's, cross all the T's. Great to have you with us here in the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon as we get ready for 2.5 more hours. Final 2.5 hours of competition here from the northern part of the Tennessee River. And Mark Zona, I guess, the Jeff Gustafson, his accomplishment towers over everything. The rest of it's been entertaining, though.
Absolutely. And we talked about this yesterday. Anybody that made it to Championship Sunday today has done something in a big way, as tough as practice and really the first 3 days of this tournament was. But we compared it when we were on Fox, the beatdown that Patrick Walters gave the entire field on Lake Fork. Now, granted, he won by 1,000 pounds. This is eerily similar because of the margin of victory, at least as of right now, that Gussie has put on the field. You could not see this coming earlier in the week because we were told that we were going to see potentially some of the worst weights that we've seen the last few years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And granted, he's 12 to 15 pounds ahead right now. But to me, that was so, you could not see that coming because usually in these tough events, the margin of victory is so incredibly small.
Yeah, this one's just a shocker on just about all levels there. That's Mark Zona. I'm Tommy Sanders, and of course we welcome you with us as we bring you some Bassmaster Live to the conclusion of the fishing day. Of course, in the studio, Ronnie and Such. Ronnie Moore, Mike Such, Sukon. Such, you've been working hard this morning. What have you uncovered?
Oh, I'm doing a little deep dig into Keewatin, where Jeff Gustafson's from. Maybe I'll have a little trivia on that area and him and what he does, and a little Canadian flavor.
All right. Ronnie?
Well, Tommy, this has been a grinder, and some people love those 100-pound tournaments. I do, but I love tough events as well to see who shows up, who the grinders are, and we really have seen that. John Cruz, Jake Whitaker, Jason Christie, Greg Hatney, some of these guys shine in big weight events, but you really see them shine in these events. Even a Mark Menendez, guys like that who missed the cut for the final day. We're really seeing the grinders come out, and every fish being important. Big fish hunters like Steve Kennedy have really prospered this week.
Yeah, you kind of feel for these guys who work so hard doing these traditional things here in Fort Loudoun, which is what you do this time of year, and boy, just having it all sort of negated by just an otherworldly performance by one of their ranks.
It has been interesting to watch all of these guys play. It's been all over the map, which is just like the Classic here. It's just so hard to stay consistent on this lake. But don't get me wrong, I'm really looking forward to Pickwick and Fork coming up in the next.
Yeah, absolutely. Brandon Card caught a good one to start his morning, and that has been it for him today. It's been very tough on the young man who's from this area.
It's a similar mindset for some of these grinders as the big weight events, because there's those lakes that have 8-10 pounders that any swing of the bat you can make up all your ground and be back in it. Well, with these events, any swing of the bat you catch a 4-pounder, that is about the same size fish. Plus, it's not guaranteed your competitor's even going to catch fish today, and so that's the other. It's kind of that mindset. No one's out of it ever.
Right.
I'll throw this out there. You got to go to the weigh-in. These guys may be a little bit off on their bass track.
Yeah, you got to go to the weigh-in. You got to watch the weigh-in. It's history. It's going in the books. It's one of the most unique tournaments of all. Jason Christie, though, 14 pounds in the boat. He's got the...
Yeah, absolutely. Jason Christie's lived with a crankbait and a spinnerbait really the entire week, and you kind of had a vibe somewhere during this tournament. Jason Christie's fastball, that 3/4 ounce Booyah spinnerbait, was going to play a factor. Started off cranking, getting a couple numbers in the boat, and then went to work 3/4 ounce spinnerbait with a number 5 blade, Tommy Sanders. Not that usual number 6, that big cowbell we see him use in Oklahoma. Said the reason for that number 5, a little bit smaller Colorado blade, he said, I want to work it just a little bit faster and not slow it down.
Yeah, he felt good about what he was doing, something he enjoyed, much like Gussie. This is what he loves to do right here.
Exactly, and one of the things that we've talked about to no end this week, guys going on flurries. That's exactly what we saw earlier today with Jason Christie fishing in the mouth of the Little River. Not a very big stretch right there, only about call it a half a mile. Jason Christie with 5 bass, unofficially 14 pounds.
All these guys get to operate with a lot more elbow room today. It's not a real big playing field.
Just, you know, I think I got what I needed to get, and I'm gonna go back, bring her back. And I mean, it's been tougher, you know, after that morning. The mornings have been the best, and luckily we got here in time to sort of catch the tail end of that good bite. And so yeah, we're gonna get her home, get those fish measured, and then I'm gonna feel really good, I think.
There you have Jeff Gustafson putting a lid on it for today. We won't have Jeff Gustafson to kick around anymore, at least not until weigh-in time, when we will all but surely celebrate him and his great accomplishment.
One of the spectators needs to just yell, "John Cox has 26 pounds," and he'll keep fishing.
Seems like we've seen something like that happen before, haven't we? Yeah.
Yo, Gussie, Cox has a bag.
In fairness, you need to say Jason Christie.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to make it that personal. I didn't want to. He just caught one for us in the 4-box.
Gosh, John Cox, a good day, man. He has certainly taken everything available in this place. I mean, he's been working it hard for 4 days.
Absolutely. You know, you looked at that map of Jason Christie, very similar with John Cox. He has mined that little creek right there to perfection, as Steve Kennedy, really fishing a little bit closer to the main river. Hello to you, my friend.
It'd be something if we could catch one. Good looking stuff.
Most of Steve Kennedy's damage yesterday on a bladed jig.
Brought in the big fish of the day yesterday. 6.
Jump over here where I missed that
5.
one. See if we can catch it. That's why we came back anyway.
For our friends on Bassmaster.com, we spoke to Steve after the weigh-in yesterday, and that area of IC King on Fort Loudoun, the water dropped, and Steve could see sprigs of milfoil actually on the bank, high and dry, and he felt when that water dropped, those fish left that milfoil and came right to him, isolated logs and laydowns. Not a lot of vegetation on Fort Loudoun, but very critical to Steve Kennedy's game this week.
Has he got a big motor running?
Said he felt that they were coming from the back of that creek, also coming off the main river. Mm-hmm. If you looked at the 2 fish that he held up with Mercer, one of them really dark that he thought, you know, that's a resident fish, been there a long while. And the other one, I mean, snow white.
Ugh. Nobody home.
John Cruz going back to where he caught him on day number 1.
That's really been the hardest thing this week, it seems, Z, is a lot of these guys had very limited bites in practice for 3 days.
Scoop, so I want to
burn them up with a good bag on day 1, and then they have to go search day 2, have a bad day 2, and then they figure it out a little more in another area. And then they see that uptick, and then you see it fall back down again.
You know, we can kind of break it down now. Compared to, number 1, when we came here for the 2019 Bassmaster Classic, a lot of those shallow fish, largemouth and smallmouth, were really more Main Lake oriented. You know what I'm saying?
In the water column, maybe. I don't know.
And it was from mid to lower end of Fort Loudoun in that classic. This time around, it's been a little bit from mid lake up towards Knoxville for the shallow water guys, and a lot further back in these creeks and pockets than we saw in that classic.
Different. Change color, change sink rate, suspend rate, whatever you want to say. And why is this thing way over here? What in the hell is going on?
Oh, I've asked that 1,000 times in the last few weeks. Taking a look at John Cruz.
All kinds, yeah.
Cup lasted hours.
Exactly. Yeah. But really, the main area that's played this time around for the more consistent quality bags of fish, largemouth, not what Gussie's done, has really been from Little River to that IC King, is what the locals call it.
Cruiser, almost 14 pounds on day number 1. About half of that on day number 2 and brought it back. Getting up over 11 on day number 3.
You know, Ronnie, you're talking about enjoying when we cover tournaments where it takes, 80, 90, 100 pounds. But we always circle back and remember these events more than those heavyweight tournaments.
Just the compelling nature of a Winyah Bay. Scott Canterbury has the lead, has to come back a long distance because that's where he went to get to the fish. And a simple pound keeper for Stetson Blaylock is the call that gets him the win at the last, those different things, the Fort Madison events and stuff. I remember that as a kid, and I'm like, man, that was a tough event watching that as, obviously pre-Bassmaster Live. But no, it's just more dynamic at times because this is relatable. I'm going to go to my lake down the street, and this is the first weekend. I've got 1 or 2 days of practice, and then boom, it dumps rain, cold rain on you, and now all my stuff's muddy. What do I do?
Yeah.
You get to see these guys be okay with catching 3 for 13, or they're going to go catch 5 for 8. It's hard to differentiate, but you just got to stick to what you know.
Yeah, it's kind of engrossing to say to a guy who held the lead yesterday and he's just completely fallen off a cliff the next day. What are you going to do now? I can't turn away from this. I got to see what this guy does.
And that's why some of these guys, it seems like we have that day 1 rise, day 2 fall, day 3 rise, day 4 fall, because these guys harness a little bit of something, use it for all it's worth, think, well, hey, maybe they're coming to me. And then the next day that's it. Yeah. And then they have to adjust, and then it does that for 2 more days.
Tommy?
Music. Huh?
Yeah, exactly right,
Yeah.
my friend. I know what that music means, and I love awkward. I love awkward. I don't like it. I love it. I like train wrecks. If you notice, Steve Kennedy almost lost his rod right there on this almost 3-pounder earlier today. But here's the thing. We have had train wrecks all week long, but more so on this final day of competition, Championship Sunday. Taking a look at John Cox. Just keep your eye on that little panther. You ready? It's going to measure that fish. Hey, easy.
Yep.
Whoa.
Look out.
Exactly.
Oh, that's a big one.
And he usually is fleet of foot, but watch the landing from Gussie right here. So critical catching an 18-inch or over smallmouth, and he almost threw it back. Hot messes abound. That is your Power Pole replay of the day. Yes.
Very good. Very good. We like those kind of powerful replays of the day. The curious and the kooky for your personal entertainment there, but Jeff Gustafson, all business all week long, doing what he likes to do best. and finding the playing field that is perfect for it. Everything coming together for the Canadian angler this time around. Still, we got more to see from the likes of John Cox and Steve Kennedy, Jason Christie, maybe Whitaker. Maybe we get down and take a peek in on Jake Whitaker as well. Got a lot more to come, a lot more fishing today on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Tennessee River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Four days of fishing up here in the upper reaches of the Tennessee River, which forms really right here just east of town, Knoxville, Tennessee, our fantastic host city. And there's the tail of the pounds right there.
Ooh.
Jeff Gustafson, what an incredible performance. I mean, just absolutely not lapping once, but twice. Everyone in this entire field, and Jeff Gustafson, after getting the limit in his boat and poking around for a little while longer, has decided to just, clock out for today. Understandably wants to make sure he gets back to the weigh-in, make sure he double checks those fish, make sure they're all, you want everything buttoned up, you want everything perfect as you prepare to accept your first trophy as a champion, Bassmaster Elite Series. That's a big day. That's a big moment. Let's get all the way back down to Tellico Lake, and Jake Whitaker, among our other 9 anglers, besides our champ, the most consistent, the only one who hasn't had a day where he dropped below 10 pounds as a day's total.
Jake Whitaker made the comment after the weigh-in. He is the king of Tellico, Tommy Sanders.
Well, I guess.
Got him, begging. Big smallmouth. I believe that'll make 18. Look how long that thing is. Long and skinny. Tennessee smallmouth. He is, but I'm gonna check him. Oh yeah. 18 and a half. Heck yeah. Cool little smallmouth. Switched up. It's windy. From a crankbait to a chatterbait, and he smoked it. So keeper smallmouth, not a big one, but happy to have him. Heck yeah.
While Jake Whitaker was landing that one right, this was happening at the same time.
Where is it?
Steve Kennedy.
Solid fish for Kennedy right there. Going back to Jake Whitaker, he said this is Lake Hartwell 101.
Right at it,
Play
yes.
points with boulders and just rotate them over and over and over
So call it a
again.
2.6. Gonna put him on your side. I think the little one's still on mine. So that's 4. Give me some.
Boom.
I'll take it. I missed one that felt like a good one up there on that little grass patch, but no telling, that could have been him.
All right, a couple of scores real quick. Bang, bang from Whitaker, Kennedy. These guys have had a good week here, all of our 10 that we're watching here, and they're very important to get those points. Those top 10 points serve you so well, whether you're trying to campaign for Angler of the Year, just make it to the Classic, trying to make up for a bad week in your starting week 2 weeks ago.
And something that we actually talked about on day 1 of this tournament, which
that's a good one.
Kennedy hooked up.
That's bigger. Come on, baby. Stay on there. Stay on there. Here we go.
Yes, sir.
That helps. That helps. Heck of a bite. Guess we're okay. Hey, Tom. No, 3 1/4 maybe. It says 3-1. Call it a 3-2. Call it a 3-2.
Flurries. That is what we've seen all week long. When you catch one, you had better get right back in there. And that's what we got to see with Greg Hackney, Steve Kennedy, Jason Christie earlier today, man. When they decide to bite, you better be working as fast as you can.
It's a $5,000 minute for Steve Kennedy there. He had fallen. Second place is $35,000. He was third, which is only 30, and then goes down $5,000 until sixth place.
So it might not be the winning fish or the fight for the top, but there is battles for second through fifth, money, and like you said, Tommy, points.
Points so important. The money's so important. Back over to John Cruz.
John Cruz caught a lot of fish on a jerkbait day number 1. Hasn't made this fire since then.
Saw him on the scope, son. Saw him coming. That'll work. I think that's a keeper.
All right, thinking that's going to be a keeper there for John Cruz. That is timely. Good job right there. In this boat dock environment, again, we've seen him oftentimes fish in this area during the course. Our own Davey Heights, not far away. In fact,
Yes,
there
sir.
he is, right there in the same boat dock. Davey, good to see you. But made it back up from Tellico and the canal there, and we've got to concentrate on something else because Gussie's checked out. He's clocked out for today.
He really has. I've been watching John Cruz for the last little while, and I've spent so much time with Gussie this week that it's almost like he's on a different body of water because he's getting a lot of bites, catching some short fish, and his small ones are 17 inchers. And then coming and watching John Cruz, who is obviously having a good tournament because he's in the top 10, and it is such a grind to get these largemouth to bite. The falling water, I think, is really hurt the anglers that are really just targeting those largemouth. But one thing I thought of as Gussie caught his 5th fish for the 4th day in a row, at the end of the 2nd day of practice, he was scratching his head basically saying, what am I doing here? And for him to go out on the 3rd day, when all else fails, when you're trying to chase something that, to be honest with you, Gussie probably didn't feel real comfortable doing, fishing dirty water 1 foot or 2 foot deep, he went back to, hey, this is what I like to do. Let me go try to make it work. And I think that's just a great example of when things aren't going well as a tournament angler and you're practicing for an event or even during the event, go back to what you feel like you can do well, and oftentimes it'll turn out to be great. After the 2nd day of practice, he was probably praying to just make the 50 cut. And here it looks like he's definitely going to win that blue trophy this afternoon.
B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with the legend Davey Height. Davey, I actually compared this body of water to a tidal fishery this week. And why I say that, when we go to tidal fisheries, they go in flurries where they real quick bites, boom, 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 boom. We have seen that with everybody in our top 10, but we've never been to a non-tidal fishery where we've seen flurries like we have this week. Why is that?
Well, there's a couple things, Z, and it's definitely that way. Even with Gussie, he's been getting a lot of bites during the day, but there would be little flurries. And the reason you have the flurries in tidal fishing is the tide, it's the current, but it's predictable for the most part. The wind affects it, that's for sure, and the moon affects it on how high or low the tide might be. But the water level here has been similar to a tidal situation, and it changes throughout the day. This morning, that water wasn't moving very well for Gussie, and then the wind picked up, and the current was ripping through there, not because of what TVA was doing, but because of what Mother Nature was doing, the direction of that wind and it blowing 15 to 20 miles an hour. So I really think it's had a lot to do with the water fluctuation, like you mentioned, just like in a tidal situation, but much more predictable than a place like this where they were anticipating a lot of rain but didn't get it and really pulled this lake levels down, and then it stayed low, and then you have the wind direction change. It'll really push just like in a big lake, a big bowl like Lake Okeechobee, we talk about it often how it'll be higher on one side of the lake than the other, and that current will move. Same thing happens here on one end from one lock and dam to the other. It'll fluctuate. It'll be higher on one end of the lake than it will the other. Technically, the Tennessee River.
David, we look at the different approaches guys have taken to attack this tournament here, and Mark Zona mentioned this as we started our afternoon coverage here. I mean, you got to think, and you can't blame these guys for looking at that classic that was here in 2019 and saying, yeah, I mean, that's what it's going to be, same time of year, same body of water. Why would I, try to reinvent the wheel? And yet in doing that, 99 of them missed the boat. I mean, sometimes you just, you got to do what you got to do, but sometimes you just can't win.
Well, there's a fine line. I mean, you're exactly right, Tommy, but there's a fine line between doing your research, doing your homework, and then just going out and fishing the moment or the conditions or the time of year. The seasonal pattern was totally different here just a couple weeks earlier now than it was in 2019, just a few weeks, but our weather throughout the spring and winter changes so much that Gussie, obviously, those smallmouth are sitting there, in their wintertime pattern, where I was with Ott Defoe during his practice day, and he was catching looked like the same smallmouth, a lot of 18, 19 inchers, and they were off the main lake, had already moved to their pre-spawn rocky areas that were 2, 3, even 4 feet deep, very, very shallow. Where Gussie, I don't think he's caught a fish all week less than 17 feet deep. So although it seems like almost the same exact time of year, only a couple weeks different than the 2019 Classic, just very, very different conditions. And, there again, hats off to Gussie. I'm sure he did his homework. I'm sure he researched the 19 Classic like all these guys do. I mean, they take this serious. That's the way they make their living. But you can't always go on history. So many times it will bite you.
Davey, that insane cold front that came across the entire country except for Florida, you talked about it earlier this morning. Talk about how that actually helped Gussie and really hurt the rest of this field.
Yeah, well, the largemouth fishing would have been much better here. I mean, this has been a difficult tournament, but it isn't, you look at the weights throughout. Some guys didn't have a good tournament, but that's always the case. But it's not a bad fishery. We're just here a little bit early. Maybe wouldn't have been here necessarily early had the weather been, that one hard cold front throughout the whole country just a few weeks ago changed everything. I mean, had we had this tournament in Texas or, Tennessee or Arkansas, very, very different, just what a couple weeks made. And even some guys that came in pre-fish thought that, well, yeah, it'll be warm and those largemouth will be up in those shallow areas. That's the way I'm going to fish that tournament. You just can't always go by history and research because the time of the year, especially in the spring, is so different. 2 or 3 weeks can make a ton of difference.
Davey, thank you so much. Great as usual from our correspondent, man, on the water all day long, all week long. Davey Height. Let's go from that over to Hunter Shryock. It's been a while since we looked in on Hunter. Started, had a couple of good fish on earlier. Made a little move up the leaderboards. It's kind of stalled out right there.
Hunter Shryock kind of bouncing between a suspending jerkbait and a Berkeley Fritz side crankbait. Fishing a lot more colored water today than we saw him playing yesterday. All secondary points.
Huh? Oh, he's not a keeper. We got a bite. Look at how white. Look at how white that fish is.
Bladed jig right there.
Hey, let's have some fun. Come on, baby. Gosh,
Lake's kind of turning on a little bit here this afternoon.
And Gussie's going to be missing out on it. I mean, what is he going to do?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You only get so many days like this. Ready to start getting his line stretched. Hunter Shryock back over to Steve Kennedy.
Back out there on right behind the little bluffs.
Isolated wood.
There's one. That's a good one, dude. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. There we go. That's a chunk.
Good one.
That is a chunk. Choked it. Yeah, that one's that's probably a good 3 1/4, almost 3 1/2. We'll see.
I bet you
I'll take that.
he's going to tell him to
Get it.
put in Bass Track 1 ounce more than what his scale says. Watch.
Swinging too much. That says 3.7, so call it 3 1/2. Yes. Give me some.
Right. Hey, and you saw that milfoil on the surface, that dead milfoil? That is the whole key.
I can't say I caught a
Steve
fish
Kennedy
down
said
there.
wherever he sees that, that is where he's getting
And I
bit.
just caught 3. I had 1 bite on day 2. Come on, guys.
He's going to be
There's a
kicking
little one in
himself
here
so much
somewhere.
for day 2. Only 2
Oh.
fish. Didn't give himself a shot. He's going to win this event.
There he is.
More look at this one
Fish
here.
right there.
Mm-hmm.
3 1/2 pounder for Steve Kennedy. Said two things have helped him. Warm night, and that right there. You see that dead milfoil on the surface? Those 2 factors. When this water dropped and those fish came out of that milfoil, they literally sucked to all of that isolated wood. And really, when Kennedy laid down his flipping stick day 1, when we did the phoner with him, and day 2, he lived with a flipping stick. When he left that and went to a bladed jig is when his weights really increased.
Good way to fill out a limit there for Steve Kennedy. Took a little while. Took till the afternoon to do it, but a pretty nice trade out right there.
Boom. Let's do it.
So Steve Kennedy, never too late to fire it up, never too late to catch some big ones. And Steve Kennedy, oh yes, very well known as a guy who really spends his time hunting for big ones.
From Auburn, Alabama, give it up for Steve Kennedy.
20 pounds, 14 ounces. 20 pounds, 14 ounces.
You know, I like to go to tournaments where we're actually hunting for individual fish. That's a lot of the way I like to practice. And then I'll come back, you know, multiple times during the day, different conditions, trying to catch those single fish, knowing there's not a school there, just one big one I'm looking for. And, you know, it wasn't as good as I expected. You know, bites are hard to come by. But I got on some. I mean, I've been getting some big bites, and, you know, I put a few of them in the boat. So let's do it again. Give me some of that.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Tennessee River is sponsored by Carhartt.
2 more. 2 more. I mean, we're not going to win the tournament, but every fish matters, every point matters. At the end of the year, it's all going to matter. So we're still working as hard as we can. The wind's picking up. We've got about an hour left to fish. So we're going to do the best we can, cover as much water as we can, and do the best we can. So we've got 3, need 2 more, and I think we're in a good spot. We just got to put our heads down and try to get them. So we'll be all right. That ain't good. We may not be going nowhere.
Oh, no. No, that was not good.
Yeah, it looks all right.
The water level is dropping.
Yes.
I thought Tellico was the deeper of the two.
Yeah, right, Ronnie. They're
What
deeper
happened?
and clearer.
It's closer to the
Why did you
dam
let
than
your
where these
friend
guys
get into
are.
that kind of a situation?
See if we
They
can't
didn't
take
get
and
the
slide
rain.
back over to
Stand
Steve
down.
Kennedy right now, Such.
I don't think they got the rain they anticipated, and TVA drew down the lakes.
Yep.
Found some isolated wood.
Just watching our Steve Kennedy Big Bass Hunter feature we had on just a few minutes ago. And Z, it reminded me of something that you sort of brought up yesterday. You kind of went around the horn asking guys for a classic pick. I saw some footage of Steve Kennedy at Minute Maid Stadium 2017. Lake Conroe, last time we had a classic in Texas, he started 8th place on the final day. I'll get back to that.
Oh my goodness. He's all hung up in the trolling motor. There had got to be one in there. Check that out. Dude. Calling my shots. There's got to be one in there. That's another one pushing 3.5. We're gonna have to get out here and do some culling. Just give me a second. Fish that says 3.3, so call it 3.4. Wow.
Is that a digital scale? Is that what he's doing?
It's fun to watch, man. He comes across kind of awkward when you're talking to him at times, but he is absolutely a sniper on the water.
Well, he's got the thing rolling now. Filled out his limit a minute ago. Now he's culling.
He's getting rid of one of his 2-pounders.
Gosh, that second day.
His deficit a little bit over 8.
I mean a faceful.
I'm having fun. It doesn't matter. I am having fun.
Steve Kennedy. A little bit of momentum going there. John Cox has had steady fish catching all day long, working this spot right here.
Working it over.
I mean, just comprehensively.
I'll wait till I show you the map of the fish catches in just a minute, the monitor.
Okay.
They are stacked in there.
You always get those sweet still photographs there, Ronnie, for that particular feature. I can't wait to see that.
I'm gambling to say the IC King area, Fort Loudoun's going to get a little bit of pressure like Gussie's spot down at the canal between Loudoun and Tellico.
There we go. There we go. That one will call for sure. Fritz high five, baby. Gets another one. Oh my gosh. All right. I mean, I know we're fishing for second place, but it's still exciting.
Tommy, where was this lake the last 3 days?
Yeah, what happened? When did they switch lakes on us?
Real quick, we had a couple of fish catches from Jason Christie earlier today that we did not get to see. Going to take a look at them right now. This is earlier today with Christie.
Yeah. Come on. I missed him. Come here. Gosh, dang it. Yes. Spinnerbait fell out. Dude, smoked it. The spinnerbait fell out. There we go. Man, I thought he was going to pull up.
That big one we saw there came back before noon. That was a good while ago. Part of his limit, actually, that was the final. Most recent limit fish that we saw from Jason Christie.
Yeah.
Boy, since they dropped the bottom, that is good stuff for our folks on Bassmaster.com. When they lowered the water here, these fish have run to every piece of isolated wood they could find. The lower that water is gone.
This is the first time we're going to make a big move today. I stayed in one area. Got a lot of bites, lost some early, but that's part of it. We're going to go hit a couple of places, just try to catch a big one. We ain't got much time. We got about an hour, so still got to run back. But it's been the best day yet. I think it could have been a great day. You know, those bites this morning, they were just acting weird. Even the ones I've caught have just been weird. As soon as we hit 2 foot, we're gonna run.
Jason Christie in 4th place, right behind the sort of a 2-man knockdown drag out for 2nd place going on right now between John Cox and Steve Kennedy. Kind of heating up a little bit. Let's get back to Kennedy.
Uh-oh. I can only imagine who the other one is. We're having fun. Okay. Not so much. It wrapped all the way around, like 2 or 3 times. Oh, I gotta settle down. But again, look, they're on the backside of that point, I think they were there. They just, the current was moving so hard. I couldn't target them. But yes, they're moving up here closer to the bank to warm up. So when it's colder, they move out here on the ends of the trees. And they're a lot harder to target. They're a lot harder to target when they're out there on the ends. As this is warming up, they're moving up here close to the bank where we can target them, and they're eating. Obviously, they're not waiting on a dead threadfin to come floating by. They're having to chase, so it's a lot more fun. This is surprisingly calm for me. I'm usually shaking so bad I can't even tie it on.
I mean, it's days like this that make me just go, this is why y'all do this.
Yes. Anyway. The way practice went, the way the first 2 days went, I mean, this is fun. When we got here, that water was 46, 47 degrees, and their thread fins floating everywhere. And I mean, you were lucky to get 2 or 3 bites all day. So yes, we've almost timed it perfectly for this. Probably shouldn't do that.
Oh, that's good stuff. That is good stuff right there.
Yeah, a lot of fun. On the move now. Jeff Gustafson, this is the scene this morning. He was on the move while guys were already set up catching fish. Now he's on the move again, and guys are catching fish while it goes on.
Exactly.
He's looking a lot better right now than he was when we got out of our fog delay and got going this morning for sure. Steve Kennedy, John Cox, man.
I want to hit on what Steve Kennedy was talking about when we come back from this intermission. That was really good stuff, what he was saying right there.
Heck yeah. Cool little smallmouth, switched up, it's windy.
All right, we're catching them this afternoon. No afternoon lull as yet for the 9 anglers left fishing here on Championship Sunday. Bassmaster Elite Series, second stop of the year on the Tennessee River. Championship Sunday, got 9 anglers out there fishing. Our leader, our comprehensive leader for 4 days, Jeff Gustafson, is motoring his way back to our host city of Knoxville, Tennessee. We're gonna start this segment with some Striker Daily Trivia. Usually we do it and then take a break, and we're gonna ask you the question and pay it off here, all in one whack. What was the weight of the biggest bass caught at the 2019 Bassmaster Classic right here on the Tennessee River? Was it 6 pounds? Was it 6'2", 6'3", or 6'5"? Biggest bass, 2019 Bassmaster Classic. See?
Well, all 4 would be a game changer, but I am going to go with C. I'm going to go C, 6 pounds.
Okay.
3 ounces.
I'll go 6'2".
Yes, I'm with you, Tommy.
6'2", all right. What you all guess? 6'3". Oh, man.
2 anglers hit that mark.
Changer.
Yeah, it was. It was a game changer.
Wow,
your Striker Daily Trivia.
Considerably bigger bass this time around, which I don't think we would have seen.
Yeah.
We've had 2 tournaments here with
6'5", 6'4".
We've had 2 tournaments here with 2 dramatic weather situations.
Zackers.
Mm-hmm.
I'll guarantee you, Christy might light that dog up like a Christmas tree if it gets any excited.
No.
Sorry.
Not Mr. Rags.
Dang, look at that bull right there.
Yes, Such, I heard you were doing animal noises on Inside Bass Live earlier today, so give us a good one.
Yeah, you be the voice for every dog we see, Such.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
I don't know if it was a carp or what. Never touched my spinnerbait.
It's a spinnerbait.
Hey, what are you throwing, a spinnerbait?
That's not what that dog would sound like, Z.
Hey, Mr. Christie.
State Bird of Washington, think about it.
I'll hang up and listen.
Hey, something that Kennedy was talking about.
That one did.
Something that Kennedy was talking about. Very, very interesting. He said when we got here earlier this week, water temps were in the mid-40s. With those water temps, they were having a bad shad die-off. There was birds diving at the beginning of the week, and fish were just lethargic. He said there was a lot of fish that were suspended out on the ends of those trees. And as it's gotten warmer, those fish have pushed up a lot shallower. He said they're biting, they're feeding now. That is really, really good information for somebody that you don't bass fish a lot when that water is frigid. He said when it was in the mid-40s and all the shad were dying off, it was impossible to get more than 2 or 3 bites a day. And as it's warmed up, those fish have crept up onto that isolated wood much more aggressive. That is the juice right there.
What kind of dog is that?
Thinking the exact same thing.
You know it's a fishing community. You know it's a fishing community when it's not a pontoon in the boat slip lifted up. It's a bass boat rigged out, ready to go for the Monday morning derb in the canal.
Good.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing.
What was that?
Boy, he thinks there's one on that dock.
I don't know if it was a carp or what it was. I was going to say it was a carp till I had a bite off that next pole.
Dog wants some of that action.
Hey, he's all right. Your dog's on TV?
Did you hear that? The dog would have
Looking
jumped
at those.
in.
I think
If
they're
he-
watching
Oh,
us
yeah.
live inside.
Back to John Cox.
They're Christie fans, obviously.
His hair actually matches the watercolor.
It's like a bunch of Funyuns taped to the back of his hat.
You just made me hungry.
Might call that one. Don't you think?
Another keeper for John Cox. And again, you see some of those little sprigs of milfoil in that little creek right there, same creek that Steve Kennedy has been utilizing throughout this tournament.
And John Cox had his limit for a better part of 2 hours now. He's trying to keep a steady move up the leaderboard. Of course, he's topped out about as much as he can do right now in second place.
He started 10-12 out of the lead, but 2:14 behind Kennedy for the extra $5,000 for second place.
I think Mercer really had some really good stuff on day number one when we talked about that coming into this tournament Thursday, that there was a lot of guys mentally spun out before they made their first cast. And Mercer said, man, on the dock, you could see the veterans, the guys that have played this game a long time. They were not spun out, just had a different demeanor. And that's pretty much who we have in our top 10 today.
A lot of experience. Ronnie showed us the stats by the numbers here earlier.
We've had really
it's a
great,
well-traveled group.
Yeah, we've had really great top 10s before, or anglers' career stats with top 10s. But it was a diverse group of some young, some seasoned, some old. Not a bunch of Bassmaster history with this group. Like there is, but not time-wise. They're not all original anglers or anything like that.
No.
In their short times with Bassmaster, half their careers, it's been immediate success.
I kind of feel like we might see one more 6-pounder before we're done fishing.
I agree with you on that, Tommy. Well, I have to give a hats off to our friend Seth Fighter for cluing us in Wednesday night getting Davey Height down to the bottom of Fort Loudoun. Seth was fairly confident. He said, boy, get a camera down near Gussie in the morning. And he nailed it.
Got to see it all, didn't we?
It's about every fish catch that he's weighed in with, Mercer.
Looking at the next event that we have on the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Pickwick event, there is a big trail in the state of Alabama fishing Pickwick this weekend, and there were
they caught them.
half a dozen bags over 25 pounds, it seemed. It was very impressive with the Alabama Bass Trail.
Davey predicted we'll see 100 pounds on Pickwick.
Show you some of the stuff that
oh yeah,
you and Davey helped facilitate, getting us down there just in time to catch some of this action early on day one.
Exactly right. Soft current holes, 20 to 24 feet of water. Z-Man jerk shad, 4-inch. Colors bad shad and shiner. A Smeltonator 3/8 ounce jig head. 10-pound braided line and an 8-pound fluorocarbon leader. Oh, that's one of the best tips we've had. Hey, note to any other Bassmaster Elite Series angler, if you want to clue us in for day number 1 on who's catching them, we will go there. We will go.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do about a gift card, as a matter of fact.
Coming out of your pipe, Tommy.
Well, I didn't say how big it was. Well, that's the man totally in charge on this final day, Championship Sunday, doing his work early on the first day of the tournament, Jeff Gustafson.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Tennessee River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Championship Sunday. Not a whole lot of fishing time left. We are eating into the afternoon pretty quickly here. This Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on the Tennessee River, and Jeff Gustafson has been the story from day one, pretty much from hour one of this tournament. Absolute domination by the Canadian angler here, on his way and looking more and more like the one who will hold that trophy at the end of the day. Second place, though, Steve Kennedy now has moved into the top spot among the also-rans today. This was just a few minutes ago.
Don't think that's going to help, Steve.
I don't see where he's going to help me. He's not going to help much. Maybe. Come on. Not going to help much.
Yeah.
Man, Steve Kennedy's had 3 great days of fishing on the Tennessee River here in Knoxville, and 1 stub of the toe. I mean, that is literally, you think you're going good, you walk by your coffee table and you kick it as hard as you can. That is what Steve Kennedy did on day 2, but otherwise a fantastic event for him. As we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, I wanted to show you this playing field. It may be tough this week, it may be diverse, but it is end to end we've seen fish getting caught. This is Knoxville, our host. Volunteer Landing is way up here, and we see a lot of concentration here, some mid-lake, some farther down where Gustafson is, and then even down in Tellico. And there's been 2 key areas for our contenders today, first, second, and third. Unfortunately, for second and third, they're sharing areas for the most part, not necessarily the same spots, but same region. But looking at Gustafson, obviously we know his concentration of fish have been on the Tellico side of that canal blow through, and that's where, you know, he had to battle a little bit with the drift this morning, with the wind direction and whatnot. But then as we take it up another concentrated area where a lot of fish catches came from, and Tommy, you'll love this. Look how many fish John Cox has caught in a row around the mouth of this bridge, and obviously Steve Kennedy's been in and around there as well, jumping to multiple places. But I also wanted to hit some Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing while we're here, because it is the final day. We're wrapping up some of the contingencies there. And bonus points, when it comes to that, we've talked about it. The leader, he's probably going to take home all 20 extra points for being the daily leader all 4 days of the event, wire to wire, an impressive feat. Brock Mosley, 6'10" right now. standing up as the big bass of the event, Steve Kennedy. Unless basically he breaks his own big bass or big bag of the week, he will also get those 40 points for that. And when we thought about it at the beginning of the week, who were the 5 favorites, one in each bucket, who were picked the highest? Brandon Lester, Stetson Blaylock, Brandon Cobb, Jason Christie, and Skylar Hamilton, all over 20% and greater for this event. Lester missed the cut around 61st to 65th. A little disappointing for him. Stetson Blaylock, 54th, missed the cut. Brandon Cobb had a great event, but not catching a bunch of fish, catching quality. He made the cut. Jason Christie, of our 5, the only one fishing today, getting better every day, it seems. And then Skylar Hamilton, 1 fish on day 1 for the guy who's pretty local, 13 pounds on day 2, and only 1 fish on day 3. He said a lot of that had to do with water level. Day 1, it was too low. Day 2, it got higher. He was able to get into his area. Day 3, it went back down. Wasn't able to access the fish once again.
Good stuff, Ronnie. Thank you very much as we take you up above it all and go right back down to our host city, our fantastic host city of Knoxville, Tennessee. And there's the man who will be running the show at the weigh-in there, our own Dave Mercer. And Dave, we had an hour and a half fog delay this morning. Your friend, our friend Jeff Gustafson, sitting on a big lead, yet watching time click away, knowing that so many of his good results have come first thing in the morning. You were right there. Tell us how nervous he was, or did he just let it pass? Did it just not affect him at all?
No, I mean, you got to think of everything that's on the line, of course. I mean, anybody's going to get affected by that. But that's what makes him so special. You know, he's such a calm, cool, you know what I mean? But he was pacing like a cat, ironically, you know, back and forth a lot, and which you could imagine is a normal reaction. But cool story, you know, nobody able to be down here, and how ironic is life, really, when you think about it. No Canadians have ever won Bassmaster events ever, and now potentially a second one within 2 years is winning one for the first time in history when the Canadian-U.S. border is closed.
Yeah.
So you got to feel like, you know, there's always that missing piece. Well, here's a cool story. Some of his friends drove through the night from Michigan and surprised him on the dock at Takeoff this morning. And, you know, while he was pacing back and forth, you know, the look on his face when he saw those friends come down the dock, you know, that is priceless. And, you know, that kind of grounded him. And shortly after that, we got going, and I don't think he's that nervous anymore.
No, I would think not.
Dave, we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier today, what you hit on yesterday. And we talk about this, if you know, behind the curtain, but really the history of the Bassmaster Elite Series, man, to be a champion on that stage, you got to be heartless. You got to be selfish. You have to be a lot of times a robot, a self-centered robot. And you talked about yesterday, Gussie's different. He's wired different. He's a good guy. And you thought that could work against him when he came to the Bassmasters.
Yeah, and not to paint the other guys under, it's just that killer instinct. You know what I mean? These guys spend so much time with each other that you know, there's times when you have to look at your buddy and be like, I'm sorry, it's over for you. I'm going to take you out. And Gussie just, it feels like he plays under different rules. And I did worry that there'd be times where he would get, you know, pushed around on the water. But I think that if he's able to pull this off, guys, how perfect is it? Like, if you watch, how ironic and how weird is it that he's been up there, and not only tournament anglers haven't bothered with him, but local anglers. There is a flotilla of anglers that on day number 1, I heard him shout over after he got his limit and said, you guys going to leave this alone? And I initially thought he was talking to Zaldane. He was talking to a group of local boats that was out there. They responded to him and said, 100%, not only are we going to leave it alone, we'll protect it for you. So they have not messed with it. They told him they're going to mess with them tomorrow a little bit. But that, you know, to me, that's not a surprise. That's not by mistake. I mean, good guys don't always finish last. And, man, you see all the doors that have opened for him this week. They opened with one reason, because of the smile that he carries on his face every single time you see him.
Well put, Dave Mercer. Thank you so much. Before we leave you, we got a big weigh-in coming up 3 o'clock, and we are going to be at the World's Fair Park on the performance lawn there as it was yesterday. So if you're in the area, you might want to jump in, maybe bump elbows with Dave Mercer if he'll allow it.
And Tommy, I think we could definitely paint that picture of some guys we've covered the last few years.
Certainly one to think about right there. We'll be right back after a break.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Tennessee River is sponsored by Carhartt.
Clicking through the minutes, the hours here on Championship Sunday. This Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on the Tennessee River. Of course, Jeff Gustafson has hung him up already for the day. He has done his work and done it in an exceptional way here. He's got a huge lead. The rest of our guys kind of fighting it out for second place. How about some striker daily trivia? Again, We're going to do a quick fulfillment one here. We're going to ask the question and answer it quickly. Which wildcat? Well, wait a minute. Which wildcat is not indigenous to Canada? Is it the cougar, the bobcat, the lynx, or the snow leopard? Or the snow leopard? Which one is not?
I figured since Gussie's having such an easy day, I'd give you an easy trivia question.
I don't know how easy it is.
I'm going to go with B, the snow leopard.
I'm going to go with A. I'm going to go with the cougar.
Bobcat.
Bobcat?
Let's go with bobcat.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
It is the snow leopard. Is not indigenous?
Central, like the Himalayas.
Wow.
They're not anywhere in the America. I mean, South America has black leopards.
Snow leprechaun.
No, leopard. Leopard is right. Isn't that? Oh,
I want
you're right.
gold.
You're right. It is a snow leprechaun.
This trivia, Such.
What does it all mean?
Hey,
what does it mean?
Ah, yes.
That's
the question.
Don't worry, in an hour I'm gonna.
It's going to put that St. Patrick's hat on and get after it. Hey, there's the Himalayas in the background there, so you're right, Such. Yeah.
Is that? Yeah.
Yeah, Irish #1, for sure.
I like the leprechaun and then the snow leopard tail coming out the back. That was good.
That's what Mercer calls him, the snow leopard.
The rainbow is what really makes it pop from Keewatin, Ontario.
It's a rare animal.
Jeff Gustafson. It's exactly right, Such. I know. Day #1, we had high skies, and that was said to really, that was the day that a lot of the largemouth fishermen were worried about, and that would prove factual. I mean, really, our smallest largemouth stringers came on that day. Gussie getting it done with all smallmouth. Oh, yeah.
From the most western part of Ontario, which, strangely enough, is about the same distance from Knoxville as it is from Toronto. It's that far west. It's north of the Twin Cities in Minneapolis. That's how far west in Ontario. It's almost in Manitoba.
Taking a look right here at day #2, and this is when we actually asked Gussie, what do you think the lower skies with the rain that was coming in, and really that real heavy rain, 2 to 3 inches, it never showed up. I mean, it got probably a ½ inch to 3/4 of an inch on day #2, and he said, look, I don't know how these passing fronts are gonna affect me, because I found these fish during the sunlight practice day on Wednesday. He said, I'll be as surprised as you guys. He goes, I have no idea if this will hold out.
Well, against all the prevailing wisdom, it held out, and it held out in a big way.
That's a nice one.
People who have just tuned into Bass Live for the afternoon session asking for more and more Gussie. He's been at the dock, so this is why we're showing you highlights. Not live, he has literally been chilling.
We can't give you Gussie if Gussie isn't giving us Gussie.
Yes.
But we can give you this, and this is some pretty good stuff from all during the week here.
He's not gone fishing, he's done fishing.
We got a limit.
Well, that was the rainy day, as Mark Zona mentioned, day #2. Here's day #3.
Z-Man 4-inch jerk shad, color bad shad and shiner. 3/8 ounce smeltinator jig head. Very realistic, very lifelike Tommy Sanders.
Just barely. We're going to try and call this one just to...
I actually talked about it on our broadcast this morning on Fox. That jig head, very realistic. I grabbed one at about 5 a.m. for us.
Yeah, Yeah, that's the one we need. Yes. Yeah, baby. All right, everybody cross your fingers. Yes.
Looking over these, mainly the first 3 days, just 3 little spots.
Look at that.
You worked over so very hard.
This one's got a bigger head and a mouth, but
body on that.
Little snack bars for these smallmouth to feed.
There it is.
Yes.
Getting a good look at that bait right there. Z-Man, 4-inch jerk shad.
Yes.
3/8 ounce smeltonator jig head, and that jig head, like I said, very lifelike. I took a handful of those from Seth Fighter.
Come here.
I said, where exactly, Seth, where did you get that jig head from? And he said, Gussie, friends pour them up in Canada. And, you know, and really, the only shaky day for Gussie was day number 2. Took almost all day long to catch his limit.
That should be good.
Again, only one other competitor really close to where Gussie was on day 1. That was Chris Zaldain. He said, man, I had right area, wrong technique.
Let's get back to Fort Loudoun Lake and Brandon Card. Brandon's first stop today was productive for him, pretty fruitful, but took him a while to finish out his limit.
First fish was a 4-pounder. It was looking good early.
They don't need much, do they?
No. This time of year, they looking for the shallow spot. I know it looks something. I've seen it.
There he is. Biggin. Biggin. Oh, yeah, baby. Woo! There's number 5. Yes. I thought it was a big one. It was in there rolling around, but that's a good one. That's like a 3-pounder. Boom, that's number 5. I've literally caught 5 or 4 fish in like the last 20, 30 minutes. Bam! That was cool.
Now, what was I saying about the water dip?
Dude, he destroyed it. He hit it so hard. I thought it was a dang big and he was down there rolling around. No, that's a 3-pounder.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He still was a chunk.
Dude, that was clutch. Clutch!
Z during other tournaments, 3-pounders a chunk.
Yeah.
Here
He
it is above a chunk.
destroyed it.
That's very fair to say, Ron. I hate to say it, our next event and the event after,
I told you, Murray,
that
moved it
bass
today.
could mean virtually nothing.
Why couldn't I do this yesterday?
Make me wait all day.
Why couldn't I do this yesterday? That's what I'm saying. You don't understand how hard he hit that chatterbait. Like, literally, that was probably one of the most epic hits I've ever had.
There's plenty of water on this hole.
It felt like a dang freight train hit it.
I think that's the second one. I mean, I'm going to call that a called shot. I told you to keep flailing. The second one I called up for you this week.
Was a lot of
Thank
checks
you.
cashed in that area throughout this tournament, too. A lot of checks cashed right there.
That could be a $5,000 fish right there for Brandon Card.
Better late than never. Hey,
Could
Brandon
be.
Card, filling it
Gonna
out.
Slide back down Fort Loudoun right now with young Hunter Shryock.
107th place. He's
I think
only
it
got 3
is.
fish.
They might be here. Be a bass. Oh, he ate it. You're not a keeper. You gotta be kidding me. No.
Suspending jerkbait and a Berkeley Fritz side crankbait all week long for Hunter Shryock. We did see a couple bladed jig fish earlier with Hunter.
Wind died a little bit, and it looks like the cloud cover got a little thicker.
Get off there. Get off my hand.
Pretty slow for John Cruz on this day.
Definitely tell the further we've gone along in this tournament, the more that jerkbait bite has kind of died off.
Cox is just not going to get far from the twin spans, that divided highway bridge right there. Just not going to get out of sight of that place. And why would he?
He's gone full Dale Doe back in the back of that creek.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, that's over your shoulder. We've had a lot of questions online of why you have a portrait of stepbrothers behind you.
It is officially signed by Dale and Brennan. My kids got that for me for Christmas a few years ago.
Very nice.
Signed, yes.
Was this when they were asking if they could make bunk beds for more room for activities or what?
Oh, I'm sure they got that going at MSU, trust me.
Oh, I've seen it on Snapchat.
Haven't you seen the
There's
Photoshop of Z with Hackney as stepbrothers? You've seen that.
Oh, yeah.
That's correct.
John's caught himself a new
Not a lack of entertainment up at Lansing, I can promise that. Whoa. Did he catch his own crankbait?
It looks like he did.
If it's the one on the left, it's the one he caught. That's what he was using this morning.
Pictured, yeah. He's got the blue back, white sides.
Steve Kennedy charging, coming alive in the afternoon here. All day long, it's been John Cox.
I might call that one.
You've been blessed with some good
This tournament
fish
is not over yet.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
No.
Because we have to make it official at weigh-in.
There we go.
We got more on the way. Plenty more fishing yet to come. Back on the water. Championship Sunday, Bassmaster Elite Series, second stop of the year. Guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite here on the Tennessee River, the very top of the Tennessee River. In a few weeks, we will be down near the bottom of the Tennessee River. Park closest to Kentucky Lake, and that is Pickwick.
Yeah. Well, I looked at the standings of that. Our friend Luke Duncan sent me the standings of that event that's gone on at Pickwick here in the last day or two. And Ronnie, you nailed it. They mauled them, absolutely crushed them. Giant stringers.
Davey Hyde predicted there could be 100 pounds caught there by the winner.
Totally agree.
Z, have you ever gone and fished up near Gustafson's, Lake of the Woods, up near Keewatin?
No.
Never?
Absolutely not. No. You got to drive by a lot of good lakes to get there.
Oh.
Yeah, this must have been this looks like it was a bad idea. We're still doing it.
Slow day for Brock Mosley.
Yeah, really, really tough today.
Yeah, and you kind of felt like, I mean, it was itchy, scratchy days 2 with him and yesterday. And, really got helped by that almost 7-pounder on day 2.
Day 2, yeah, almost at the final cast of the day.
Right.
Won't be fishing that long on this day. They're all going to wrap it up at 3 o'clock, and that's when the weigh-in will commence.
I think Brock Mosley really did the most with a little of the guys that are in the top 10.
It's a cedar tree. I assume that's beavers have been working it over.
I think today, because they're having to drive in, is 3:30 weigh-in. Yesterday started at 3:30.
All right.
3:30.
So it's lines out at 3 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah.
Where'd I go to catch a big one?
Check in. 3:30.
3.
I caught one or two in there,
We'll
but
get it
they
right.
weren't big. I caught one over there and it wasn't big.
It's going to be interesting Angler of the Year standings at the end of this tournament. Greg Hackney.
He'll be first.
Gusty in second. Yep. Now he's going to be a little bit of a headache at Pickwick, your Angler of the Year leader. He's won there before.
Gosh, looking down the list, Patrick Walters is third, Keith Combs fourth, Seth Feider, Mark Menendez.
Not that one, but there's some around
Absolutely
here.
is.
Oh, no.
Not at all.
Big old heron, I think. We'll double check it, though. We'll try to get confirmation.
I'm not sure that footage was live, Tommy.
It looked
that
very
was from
familiar.
the truck.
It looked really familiar.
Sparks a reaction is what that does.
Mm-hmm. I could tell.
And it's deserved. It
Sure.
really is.
I mean, it's...
With Gussie's estimate.
Two rookies in our top 10 of the Angler of the Year standings, Justin Hamner and Brian New.
Yeah.
Grebe 30.
First place, 100
Wow.
points. Big
Nice
for Brian
shot.
New.
Having a time.
Yeah. Pulling out all the stops here.
That's right.
Well, John Cox is just not going to get where he cannot see that bridge.
You know, I talked to
Where's Savannah
Bassmaster
at?
Classic champion 2019, Ott Defoe,
Oh,
and he said,
Nice.
look, it is more than likely going to be
do it.
a mixed bag, winding deal. Oh, hold on.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like it went good today. I mean, we were pretty much fishing for second. We were a couple pounds behind Steve, but I mean, hopefully Gussie pulled this thing off. Gussie's an awesome guy. I want him to win so bad. I mean, I want to win. Don't get me wrong, but I want to see Gussie win, and so I mean, hopefully, we did decent. I got a feeling that everybody probably caught him really well because we caught more keepers today than I mean, the entire week put together. So they definitely started biting today, but it was fun. Really enjoyed this place. Where I'm going to make just a few more casts right here and then head on in. And we'll see you guys at Pickwick in a couple weeks.
He's the happiest human being ever.
He is a happy warrior. And we'll see him before.
He
We'll see him
really
at the
is.
weigh-in. We'll see him at the weigh-in.
You know, there's only one time, and Tommy, I told you this story, that I saw him spun out and not in a good mood. I taped a show with him down in Florida once. And after the show, we do a sit-down little interview, kind of recap the day, blah, 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 blah. There was a water fountain behind him in the middle of a pond, pumping water. And he stopped talking. He said, I can't do this interview anymore. He's dead serious. And I said, what? He said, I can't think with that water running. It's messing my brain up. I can't think. I don't want to do this interview. We literally had to go somewhere else so he wouldn't hear the water running.
That is odd.
Yes.
Everybody's different, I guess.
It was very Aaron Martin's like.
Curious.
Well.
Yeah. John's an interesting dude on and off the water, no doubt.
Okay. I would believe that.
Yes.
Fun to watch, I can tell you for sure.
I don't know if we've told the story on live this week. I know we did the St. John's, but if you're wondering why his hair looks like a bag of Funyuns,
we really have not. Yeah.
His teenage daughter wanted to dye her very brown hair blonde, and he said, "Don't do that. It's not going to look good. I'll do it to my hair to show you how it doesn't look good." And he did that. decided to keep it, and then was going to cut it day one on the water on Bass Live if he didn't catch him, and then he ended up having a solid day.
What are you gonna do if the train comes? What are you gonna do if the train comes? Because it comes through about every hour.
Ronnie, this was long before you, but when you were like 3 or 4 years old, when I started with Tommy, do you remember when I dyed my hair? Do you remember that?
Oh, yes, I do. I sure do.
Why? Number one, why did you let that happen? Why did you let me do that?
I was not on site when it happened. I just saw the aftermath of it.
Seemed like a great idea at the time.
It was not way off of that tent right there, as I recall. It was
it was back when I was really big into skateboarding back then.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Cutting some fresh
absolutely
rips
hammered.
out there at the
Was it fully
local
dyed?
skate park.
Or was it fully dyed, or was it frosted tips?
It was a skunk. It was a skunk. It was, it's big into snowboarding, big into skateboarding back then.
Oh yeah. You've moved on. We're going to move on.
Amen.
John Cruz is moving on. He's headed on the way back. He's got some sort of a device there that I'd kind of like to know more about.
He's vlogging.
All right, he's moving on. We're all moving on right here. But we have more. We're going to move right back in just a couple of minutes. Our break is short, and we will be right back. Well, we started with 100 anglers out here 4 days ago. Some of them coming off a successful campaign at the first stop of the year down St. Johns River. Some of them, trying to make amends for a less than ideal campaign in stop number 1. But after 3 days, we had knocked it down to these 10 who've been out here hitting it really, really hard all day long. And our congratulations to these 10 who have taken on one of the toughest, most challenging, most changing, shape-shifting fisheries that we will hit during the course of any year. And they have gotten thus far. Jason Christie.
Tommy talking about a reptilian shapeshifter. Oh, no. I'm going to throw it to you, my friend. I'm going to throw it to you. Our next tournament in Pickwick, and I'd like to throw it at some of our Bassmaster Live friends that are watching right now. I'd like to get you, Ronnie, and Such's pick for that event. One person.
Pickwick.
What say you, Tom?
I don't think this guy's a bad pick right here. I think Jason Christie's probably a pretty good pick. Yeah.
Well, you go there quite often. Ron.
Well, no. Not really.
Yeah.
I like a Justin Atkins.
Oh,
I know
I was gonna say that, Ronnie.
I know he's local, but
Yeah, that's his lake. I mean,
yeah.
He's going to be mad at him, too, after this week.
And I'll give you another not local. I'll give you, I think Stetson Blaylock's going to do great there.
Okay. Taking a look at Jason Christie. Big day with a spinnerbait today. I'm going to throw you, gentleman that has cracked him in this tournament. I think Steve Kennedy's going to win that event at Pickwick.
Wow.
Jason Christie right here earlier today. Jason Christie pretty much made the comment about the first hour. If he had a shot at winning this tournament, it was going to have to be done with that spinnerbait. Again, a 3/4 ounce Booyah spinnerbait, number 5 Colorado blade. Not the usual big thumper 6 he likes to use. Oh, it's good having Jason back.
Yeah, good angler. Solid.
Fun to watch. Fun to watch.
Likes to jump up and win tournaments, too.
Yes. Yep.
Told me he wanted to make Final Day Bassmaster Live 6-7 times this season. 7.
I
That'd be
would not
good with
put
him.
that past him. Not at all.
Probably would be a record if he made 7 top 10s.
Yeah, if you made 7 top 10s, you're headed for
Got to set the goal to
immortality.
He burned one of his 2 events, St. John's, so he can only miss one more Final Day this year.
Surprising, very surprising.
He'd take leading on a Saturday or being up in the top 10 on Saturday.
John Cruz did not have his better than average performance at the St. John's either, so he decided to make up for it this week. Great campaign this week for John Cruz. Oh, a little bit short today.
A lot of jerk baiting this week. Spro, Little John, a little bit of shad wrapping earlier.
Oh, shad wrap. That's a keeper, pretty sure. There he is.
Ooh, missed a good fish. That's something we have seen every day this tournament with anglers.
He had a big 5-7 on day one, just didn't get that big bite on day 2, or day 3 he had 11.
He's got, over the last year or so, he's gotten some pretty good hair there for the runs and stuff. We compared, some of the fighters and the Coxes. It's not to that level, but it's a good mid-range one.
You're saying a
Slow day for Greg Hackney.
Yeah, you'd think he'd have prospered on a day like today.
Yes. He wanted back out there today, Tommy Sanders. He was mad at him after the weigh-in on day 3. Made the comment on semifinal Saturday. Never heard this much drive out of Greg Hackney. Last 20 years, getting to know him.
Tommy, you got a fan, Chris, messaging us saying, we said there would be 3 international angler victories in the last 3 seasons. It's actually 4 in the last 4 seasons because we kicked off the 2018 season at Lake Martin where Takahiro won.
Oh,
So
that's
we've had
right, exactly. Yeah.
International in 18,
Wow.
19, 20, and 21.
Good point. Hey, hats off. That is so Chris to be able to come up with that.
Yeah.
That is.
Rodering? I don't even know how to say his last name. So, Chris, good job. Thanks.
Good catch. Good
Appreciate
catch.
you. I also was curious about this earlier before Gussie called it quits, and then Kennedy went on his flurry. How many times, Z, since 06 on the Elite Series regular season, has an event been won by 10 pounds or more, by double-digit poundage for a victory?
It's a good question.
For as many, that is...
Now, there'll be one on a metal square and not on a big treetop because I done fished a whole bunch of them.
15, 16 years of the Elites, 10 events, 9 events a year. Only 9 times has somebody won by 10 pounds or more.
In how long?
Since 06 when the Elites started.
Wow.
That's kind of shocking.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot more tournaments less than a pound than over 10 pounds.
That's amazing.
Sound very familiar with that sound. That's amazing. Appreciate Matt Dowd pulling that info for me.
So it looks like we talked about this a little bit earlier today on the Fox broadcast. I'd love to know, Gussie's going to have 20 smallmouth, it looks like, over 18 inches.
Mm-hmm.
How many the rest of the field caught in this tournament?
We don't keep a, strictly speaking, species count, do we? No. That would be interesting to know.
I guarantee you, if our conservation director, Gene Gilliland, sorry, I struggle with that one all the time.
Oh, well, man, come on.
He would have got us a count. I promise. Gene is a big fan of the smallmouth.
No chance of me fishing by another. That was him. I knew I'd get him to bite if I found him. God damn. I mean, like he was just in slow motion. I was like, what the hell? Get it. No doubt if I'd have hooked him, he'd have been hooked on the outside. You know what I mean? Because, of course, that makes sense. You catch a lot of them like that on the outside. They roll up on it like that, get the hook. He didn't get the hook. Probably didn't help that I was looking at him either. But he didn't eat it. I mean, he never put the bait in his mouth.
On the lines of 10-pound wins, Z, 2 of those have came in the last 2 seasons, both at Fork. Will we have a 10-pound winner at Fork this year?
Well, I think we have a good shot at that. I think some of those real heavyweight tournaments are, I did not think that was possible here. Yeah, they get out of hand. I did not think that in this event, though. No way did I think that.
Sick. Oh, that took so long. That's terrible. I mean, it's good, but like I said, if I'd have just got that bite earlier. Just got that bite earlier. I mean, we're out of time.
Just freaking smoked that swim jig, I knew when that one bit like I was
Tough day for Greg Hackney.
Too little, too late. Steve Kennedy, well, John Cox said it. This is a battle for second place now. Steve Kennedy, he's winning that battle as it stands at this point right now.
Is that awkward or what?
About a 3-pound advantage over Cox. Really come alive this afternoon.
Lived flipping a jig in isolated wood and a bladed jig, Tommy Sanders. And really what we got to see today with Steve Kennedy is exactly what we talked about all week long. Flurries of bites. And Kennedy went on about a 30-minute tear, and the rest of the day was relatively painful.
As it stands right now, he is 8 pounds and 2 ounces behind our leader, Jeff Gustafson, which is about 3 ounces from where he started.
Anybody coming to Fort Loudoun here in the next week or two, if you see that milfoil floating off of the bank, fish that area. That milfoil right there, if you find it, you have found them.
Good stuff. Learned a lot. It's never too late in the game to learn something. Never too late in the day here on Bassmaster Live to pick up some critical info, something you could use somewhere down the line. We're going to get back out on the water when we return. Everybody making their way back as the weigh-in is looming. It's coming up very, very soon. Check-in time is 3 o'clock. The weigh-in after that. Jeff Gustafson has an estimated 64 pounds of smallmouth bass to his credit. Wow. And we'll make it all official, of course, when weigh-in time comes around. All our weights are unofficial at that time, but boy, that is a massive lead and just a dominating performance. Wire to wire, day 1 through 4. Get back down to Greg Hackney, who's maybe found out a little something, maybe a little late.
Swimming a jig, huh?
Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm sick. I'm sick. Had it laying there. Oh, I've had it laying there all week. All week.
Yeah.
Is it just me? I feel like John Cruz is on the way back from Chickamauga to get to Knoxville.
He has been going for a while.
So awesome.
Since we left Fox Sports 1, Cruz has been running back.
You killed it right there. That's awesome.
If we could just had a fake Washington monument for him to be flying by there, that would be cool.
He just came back from the Cooper River. He's almost there.
He's almost there. Good one, Ronnie.
That was awesome.
I saved the best line that I've done all week for the last 10 minutes. Inconsequential.
Mr. Christie is back in town, the city of Knoxville, Tennessee. Hats off again to fabulous Knoxville for being our host city this week, giving us a great classic back 3 years ago.
Boy, he is so good at that. I had the pleasure to fish with him on the lakes that he cut his teeth on, 10 Killer and Fort Gibson.
Well, we got too far behind. I mean, the first few days, Gussie just took off and left everybody. I don't know what's going to happen today, if he caught him or not, but you know, it was a good event. I don't know what that was. Looked like a bass chasing shad. But I mean, it's been a good event for me. I mean, starting off the year, not so good. Coming back and just fighting. Just fighting the whole time and catching a few fish, hopefully move up, you know, a place or two today. I'm almost certain that was a bass chasing shad.
I think he'll be a factor at the Fork event, too, in April. A lot of history on that lake for Jason Christie.
Really looking forward to that.
Yeah. Yes.
I can't wait, as a matter of fact.
One of the best things I was talking to a Texas angler who's a professional fisherman said, with how terrible the winter storm was in Texas last week, talking about how it will help the fishing going forward because they might not have a month to move up and spawn at different times. This might back all of them up where they all, as soon as the full moon and the weather hits at the right point, a lot more come up for a bigger wave during the spawn time. And in April at Fork, it might be...
What is that?
Late, like a late wave, but or the second wave.
One took off in the water and one took off
bigger.
up the bank. I don't know what it was. It ain't a fish. Right there, see it?
Jason Christie, pick
He's
apart a
still
little
running.
piece of water. Yeah, close to town. Still going, John Cruz. Oh man.
Hey, it did work. That's the first update since he hit the ground.
All right, we're going to keep moving forward. Take ourselves one more quick break for today and come up to wrap up Bassmaster Live for you here in just a couple of minutes. We'll be
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Tennessee River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
first ever elite here in this stretch of the Tennessee River, and John Cruz still running, still on his way back, covering a lot of water today, covering a lot of miles.
Statue of Liberty just went by, Tommy.
I thought that was the pyramids that just went by. Okay. But I tell you what, only one we've ever had here. We have a classic here, but as the Elite Series goes, it's the only one we've ever had here, and this one will be always connected with that man right there, Canada's Jeff Gustafson. He has done a singular thing, the only man in our 100-person field to do anything close to this.
That's close.
Really talking to all of our local friends. Cannot reiterate this enough. It was said, look, man, this is going to be a mixed bag deal, or really possibly only largemouth. But all of our local friends said the X factor is when you get near Tellico, if somebody could figure out the deeper water smallmouth, and only one angler figured it out, every single bass that's going to hit the stage for Jeff Gustafson, a smallmouth bass. And here's the thing. So improbable to do that for, 1 day, 2 days maybe, but to do that 4 days in a row, dude put on a show, man. Because he literally cracked the code of exactly what those locals said, figuring out the deep water smallmouth.
take a look at where it all went down there, that canal that connects Tellico right before the dam there at Fort Loudoun.
You know, and really, Tommy, one of the biggest benefits of this, I hate to say it, is if Zaldain would have figured that technique out on day number 1, Gussie doesn't win this tournament. If they had to divide fish, there's no way Gussie would have won this. They would have cannibalized each other. Having it to himself is the reason that he won this event.
Boy, just a perfect storm of everything falling into place for Jeff Gustafson and John Cruz. Now we have to check in on him.
Dude likes to drive, man.
Yeah, he likes to drive. He likes to put some miles behind him, and he's getting back there to Knoxville. Still on the way.
I might have been wrong. He might have been coming from Cherokee.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, could be. There. Is that him again? Oh, Steve Kennedy hooked up right close to the takeoff.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Oh, man.
Come on, baby.
Oh, no.
Got to go. Come on.
Oh, my God.
In me.
No.
Oh, we got to go. That was a 4-pounder. Oh, I tried to rush it. I should have played him easy.
Look at this again. Right there under the bridge.
Very good shot.
Oh,
that
no, and then he
fish
lost
would
his
not
hat.
have won this tournament.
Yeah, quite possibly wouldn't have been the winning fish, but still, you like to wrap it up on a positive note, and that was almost in the boat, just almost there.
And then just the way he fell to his knees, like that's just,
Did he break it off?
I think so.
I think it did break.
I thought I saw his bait. Yeah,
Well, we
he
can look
broke
at
it
it
off.
again. We may not have time
That
to
might
look
be
at
a
it
first to see a big one broken off on a boat flip, strap the rods and just take off and lose your hat.
Well, this tournament has ended exactly how it started. Very weird.
Yep. The bottom line is everyone's heading back in right now. We're almost have the troops gathered back in Knoxville, ready to head to World's Fair Park. And the big lawn there where they're going to have the weigh-in. Yeah, and John Cruz
Bringing it in.
Finally bringing it in. Brings it all together, brings it home.
Hey, it's incredible what John Cruz has done today. 3 gas stops, and he went and caught fish today as well to make it back in time. And he wasn't late. I mean, that is, I'm just kidding.
Job well done. Well, it has been our pleasure not to bring you our usual 6 hours, but 7 full hours of coverage of Championship Sunday here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite, Knoxville, Tennessee. What a great top 10 we had here. What a great group that, man, put up with a lot last week to get here, just to get here, get set up, get all the work done, get their practice in and do it. Hey, to our 100 anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series, job well done. Get ready for the weigh-in. That's coming your way at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. Get to crown our winner, and we pretty much know who that is. But why not just tune in and check it out and watch it all be made official? We'll see you in 2.5 weeks down at Pickwick.
There we go. There we go. That one will call for sure.